Bill, you want me to get started?
Sure.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bob Armstrong, the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport here in North America. We refer ourselves to as CILTNA, and I want to welcome you all to our Module 2, the second of our 3 modules for our Fall Outlook Conference. And I want to introduce our moderator, Emile DeSanza. Emile is, well, as of today now, he's the immediate past chair of the Institute after serving 2 terrific years at our helm. His leadership was well received. For those of you who don't know, Emile has nearly 30 years. He held a number of positions in the Canadian Public Service His work entailed the development of economic policies, legislation, governance structures, and measures related to various modes of transportation. He had a very distinguished career. So I would like to introduce our moderator, Emile DeSanto. Emile?
Thank you, Bob. Welcome everyone to the second module dealing with urban transportation. It's my pleasure to serve as moderator. Over the years, urban transportation has typically been associated with passenger transportation, but we come to realize that there are multiple dimensions to transportation in an urban context, in no small part to the interaction between goods movements and passenger transportation. Our speakers today will deal with a range of topics, including infrastructure and land use strategies, new technologies to address emerging challenges in logistics, the impact of e-commerce and urban delivery, and modal integration and other strategies to support supply chain resilience. Before we start, just a brief word on our timetable. We all know how last-minute schedule changes can play havoc even on our best intentions. So we made some adjustments in the sequence of our presentations today to accommodate our speakers. We will start with a video presentation by Caroline Mulroney, Ontario Minister of Transportation. First elected in June 2018, she has since served as Minister of Francophone Affairs and as of June 2019 as Minister of Transportation. A graduate of Harvard College and NYU School of Law, she has practiced law and was vice president of a prominent Toronto investment firm. Minister Mulroney will present the provincial government's perspective on transportation issues and outline the programs that are being undertaken to improve the movement of goods and people, particularly in heavily congested urban areas. This will serve as a backdrop to the three presentations that will follow. We will hear from Dr. Matthew Rorda, professor at the Faculty of Civil and Mineral Engineering at the University of Toronto. He is a Canadian Research Chair in Freight Transportation and Logistics and founding chair of the Smart Freight Center. Dr. Rorda will speak about a multifaceted research initiative aptly called CLUE, City Logistics for Urban Economy. Dr. Rorda will be followed by Ian Hamilton, President and CEO of the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority. Mr. Hamilton will discuss the port as a modal nexus and outline how an integrated transportation network and good data can enhance supply chain resilience. He will speak to the critical importance of infrastructure investment and the prospect for new services at the port. Our final presentation will feature Dr. Anne Goodchild, founding director of the Supply Chain and Logistics Center at the University of Washington, where she is professor of civil and environmental engineering. Dr. Goodchild will discuss some recent pilot projects conducted in the Seattle area, dealing with the potential of new technologies and operating approaches in solving urban freight challenges. We'll also hear about an innovative approach to urban freight research involving collaboration between the public and private sector. So let's get started with our video by the Minister of Transportation of Ontario, Caroline Mulroney, and then we'll follow up with our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian, for that kind introduction. And I want to thank the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport North America for hosting this conference. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with you today about our government's vision for the future of transportation in Ontario. Our priority is to ensure that we have the right mix of transportation infrastructure in the right communities so that people are able to get to and from work, goods are able to be delivered quickly and efficiently, that we are set up to provide an excellent quality of life for the millions of people who live here and the millions more who will join us over the next few decades. Notre priorité est de veiller à ce que nous disposions de la bonne combinaison d'infrastructures de transport dans les bonnes collectivités afin que les gens puissent se rendre au travail et en revenir, que les marchandises puissent être livrées rapidement et efficacement, et que nous soyons en mesure d'offrir une excellente qualité de vie aux millions de personnes qui vivent ici et aux millions d'autres qui se joindront à nous au cours des prochaines décennies. To do that, we're building a regionally focused, long-term transportation vision that will reach every corner of this province. From the start of our term in office, nearly 3.5 years ago now, growth and prosperity and making life easier and more affordable for Ontarians has been at the forefront of our government's agenda. Open for business is more than a slogan. It's a core value for our government, not for its own sake, but for what economic growth represents for the province, a higher standard of living, people's ability to achieve their goals, and the chance to create a better future for our children. This last challenging 1.5 years has made the need for increased growth all the more urgent. Now, the pandemic isn't over yet, but thanks to a successful vaccination rollout and a cautious approach to reopening, life is starting to feel like a little more normal, and we're working to lay the foundation necessary to recover. On November 4th, our government released the Fall Economic Statement called Build Ontario, which, as my friend Peter Bethlenfalvy said, is a plan to build bigger, faster, and better than before. It protects our progress fighting the COVID-19 pandemic by building a health and long-term care system that delivers the quality of care our loved ones deserve. It supports Ontario's workers by proposing to raise the minimum wage, providing funding so workers can learn new skills, and attracting investment in critical minerals, automotive manufacturing, and other industries to create good-paying jobs. And it outlines our comprehensive plan to get shovels in the ground for highways, transit, hospitals, housing, and high-speed internet. Le 4 novembre, notre gouvernement a publié l'énoncé économique d'automne, appelé Bâtir l'Ontario, qui, comme l'a dit mon ami Peter Bethlenfalvy, est un plan pour construire plus grand, plus vite et mieux qu'avant. Il protège nos progrès dans la lutte contre la pandémie de la COVID-19, en mettant en place un système de santé et de soins de longue durée qui offre la qualité de soins que nos proches méritent. Il soutient les travailleurs de l'Ontario en proposant d'augmenter le salaire minimum, en fournissant du financement pour que les travailleurs puissent acquérir de nouvelles compétences et en attirant des investissements dans les minéraux essentiels, la fabrication d'automobiles et d'autres industries afin de créer des emplois bien rémunérés. Et il décrit notre plan global pour mettre en chantier des autoroutes, des transports en commun, des hôpitaux, des logements et l'Internet haute vitesse. In the time I have with you today, I want to focus on the work we're doing to ensure that our transportation network is ready for the demands of today and the future. Even before the pandemic, our transportation network was approaching the breaking point. Every day, $785 million in goods travel along Ontario's highways. But in many cases, those goods spend far too long sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic rather than getting to their destinations. According to a C.D. Howe Institute study, we lose up to $11 billion each year in productivity as cars and trucks sit idling on highways in the GTA alone. The Toronto Region Board of Trade estimates that congestion adds $400 million to the cost of goods in the region. And on the stretch of Highway 401 that cuts across Toronto alone, commuters were losing over 3 million hours a year sitting in traffic. The fact is, especially when it comes to transportation, Ontario has an infrastructure deficit. Unless we do something now, the problems we face today will only get worse. Over the next 20 to 30 years, Ontario's population is expected to grow by more than 30%. That means in the Greater Golden Horseshoe region alone, 1 million people will join the region every 5 years until the population reaches nearly 15 million by 2051. To put that in perspective, that's the equivalent population of the entire province today living in this one region. People want to live in Ontario, and this is good news. But as the province grows, our infrastructure needs to keep pace. If we do nothing, the ministry's traffic modeling data shows that traffic volumes and congestion in the Greater Golden Horseshoe will be about double today's levels. The fact is that previous governments have either been unwilling or unable to move forward on the transportation projects that we need to meet the demands of growing communities. For 15 years under the Liberals, we saw a political party cancel much needed highway projects before saying they were going to build them, but leaving them unfunded. We saw a political party that, despite all its talk about the importance of public transit, could not broker agreements with the federal government or municipalities. Under our government, all that has changed. We recognize the need to increase and improve our entire transportation portfolio, including highways, roads, bridges, and public transit. We have reached historic agreements with municipalities and the federal government to build public transit that is long overdue. And we are moving forward with the highway projects that we need to increase capacity and reduce congestion throughout the Greater Golden Horseshoe. While the others say no, we are saying yes. We're saying yes to key projects like Highway 413 and the Bradford Bypass. The 413 will address the transportation needs of Halton, Peel, and York by connecting the 401 and 407 in the west with the 400 in the east. This new highway will save travelers 30 minutes on a journey across the full 60-kilometer length of the project. The Bradford Bypass, a highway whose need was first identified nearly 50 years ago, will relieve congestion in the communities of Bradford and East Gwillimbury and provide a northern freeway connection between the 400 and the 404. Nous disons oui à des projets clés comme l'autoroute 413 et la voie de contournement de Bradford. La 413 répondra aux besoins de transport de Halton, Peel et York en reliant la 401, 407 à l'ouest à la 400 à l'est. Cette nouvelle autoroute permettra aux voyageurs de gagner 30 minutes sur un trajet d'une longueur totale de 60 km. La voie de contournement de Bradford, une autoroute dont le besoin a été identifié pour la première fois il y a près de 50 ans, réduira la congestion dans les communautés de Bradford et d'East Gwillimbury et fournira une connexion d'autoroute au nord entre la 400 et la 404. And as the local MPP for the area, I can tell you congestion on Highway 400 and our local roads has been the #1 issue that I've heard from constituents since being elected. I'm proud our government will be the one that finally gets the Bradford Bypass built. All told, we're investing more than $21 billion to support the planning and construction of highway expansion and rehabilitation projects across the province over the next 10 years. En tout, nous investissons plus de 21 milliards de dollars pour soutenir la planification et la construction de projets d'expansion et de réfection des routes dans toute la province au cours des 10 prochaines années. We are also saying yes to public transit to the tune of more than $61 billion over the next 10 years. Nous disons également oui au transport en commun pour un montant de plus de 61 millions de dollars au cours des 10 prochaines années. This includes our $28.5 billion plan to build subways in the GTA, including the 3-stop Scarborough subway extension, the Yonge North extension, the Eglinton Crosstown West extension, and the Ontario line, which will extend the TTC subway system to areas of the city not currently served by rapid transit, creating more options and reducing travel times for commuters. We're saying yes to projects like the Finch West LRT, the Hurontario LRT, and the Hamilton LRT, which will create thousands of jobs for workers across the skilled trades while expanding and strengthening transit access in the communities they will serve. And we're saying yes to transforming the GO Rail network from a rush hour commuter service into a regional rapid transit system with 2-way all-day service every 15 minutes over core segments of the network. The case for transit expansion is simple. Building fast, frequent, and reliable transit will reduce congestion, reduce commute times, and support our growing communities. Making it easier for people to choose a public transportation is our best option to avoid creating more congestion on Ontario's roads and highways, which already cost drivers, businesses, and the environment. But even our historic plans for public transit expansion will not be enough to reduce the need for increased investment in our roads and our highways. That's why our PC government has a plan to deliver the right mix of public transit and transportation infrastructure projects to the people and businesses of Ontario. The demands of the province's highway network will only continue to grow as our population grows. Building and improving the province's existing highway network is critical to the safe and efficient movement of people, goods, and services. And while these are big projects, the ones that attract the most attention, we are also taking steps to improve the capacity and performance of our current highways and transit systems. Over the next year, we're investing $2.6 billion to expand and repair provincial highways, roads, and bridges across the province. We're expanding the high occupancy toll lanes pilot to highways 410 and 403 to provide people in Brampton, Mississauga, and across the region with more travel options. And we're investing $30 million to help 14 municipalities repair roads and bridges through the Connecting Links program. This is an approach that supports Ontario jobs, Ontario manufacturers, and ultimately, Ontario families. By partnering with local industry, we will create jobs, boost productivity, and strengthen our economic competitiveness, all essential to our post-pandemic recovery. So, for example, we've contracted with Canadian-owned Heddle Shipyards to build a new $3.3 million ferry for the Simcoe Island community. This will create good local job opportunities in Hamilton and beyond. We've also been working closely with Alstom Canada Rail over the last 3 years to deliver transit solutions for the GTA while creating good-paying jobs in Thunder Bay. Last July, the local plant completed the delivery of 36 bi-level commuter cars to Metrolinx. Built by Ontarians for Ontarians, these safe, comfortable, and reliable bi-level cars will allow us to add seat capacity as we continue to expand GO Train service. And working in partnership with the federal government and the City of Toronto, we're making an investment of $180 million towards purchasing 60 new streetcars for the TTC. This will bring more good jobs to the hardworking people of Thunder Bay's Alstom plant, while providing the people of Toronto with state-of-the-art transit vehicles. Made in Ontario solutions are also forming the foundation for the development and adoption of new and emerging technologies that will transform the transportation sector over the next several years. So we are investing $295 million to help Ford Canada retool its Oakville assembly complex into a global electric vehicle battery production hub. We're also investing $56.4 million over 4 years to create the Ontario Vehicle Innovation Network to support the shift towards smart, clean, and green technologies by accelerating the development of the next generation of electric, connected, and autonomous vehicles and mobility technologies. And while those new technologies are being developed, we're also working to remove the barriers to their adoption. The expansion of the automated vehicle pilot will allow for the testing of new technologies so that we can be sure that they are safe and reliable. All told, these investments and policy work will boost the competitiveness of this vital sector and secure Ontario's role as a world leader in automotive manufacturing and innovation, all while securing thousands of good-paying jobs across the province. It's not enough to just talk about building a better future. We actually need to build it. And that's what sets our government and our party apart from the others. Their talk got us where we are today, sitting in traffic jams, standing on crowded subway platforms, stuck trying to get somewhere rather than enjoying time at the place we want to be. Our government recognizes this, and that's why we're saying yes to building safe, modern, and efficient transit and transportation infrastructure that our province needs in order to unleash the potential and growth that right now is stuck in a traffic jam somewhere. Notre gouvernement en est conscient. Et c'est pourquoi nous disons oui à la construction d'une infrastructure de transport sûre, moderne et efficace, dont notre province a besoin pour libérer le potentiel et la croissance qui sont actuellement coincés dans un embouteillage quelque part. I'm proud to be part of a government that is building Ontario. Thank you again for inviting me to speak with you today. Merci encore de m'avoir invité à vous parler aujourd'hui.
Okay, so we're very grateful to Minister Mulroney for having taken the time to provide us with this video and her comments. I think you have noted that Minister Mulroney flagged some key issues that are indeed germane to the presentations that will follow. So with that, and I see that Dr. Rhoda is here, so we can move on to our next presentation. Dr. Rhoda, okay, yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. So let me just a brief introduction. Dr. Rhoda has been a transportation engineer since 1998 and a professor of civil engineering at the University of Toronto since 2005. He is the founding chair of the Smart Freight Center, a center of excellence dedicated to research in goods movements. And as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Rhoda is also Canadian Research Chair in Freight Transportation and Logistics. He will speak about research initiatives which are part of CLUE, the City Logistics for the Urban Economy. So with that, we welcome Dr. Rhoda. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Emil. I'm just trying to share my screen here, but it looks like I'm not able to do screen sharing.
Okay, maybe our technician can help out.
Aha, it's allowed now. There we go. Terrific. And I trust you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the introduction and thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I think that the opening speaker, Minister Mulroney, has definitely highlighted a lot of things that are true to the goals of what I'm going to, the CLUE project, which is what I'm going to be talking today about. CLUE stands for City Logistics for the Urban Economy. And it's really a broad-ranging, multi-year, multi-university, multi-partner initiative, really looking at freight and logistics, largely centering on the activities in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, because we do focus on urban research, but recognizing, of course, that it's a whole integrated system that that reflects transportation across the nation of Canada and the world, really. Global supply chains often have their last mile in the urban areas, and that's where we tend to focus our research. So CLUE is one of a few projects that is that are being conducted by the Smart Freight Center. Smart Freight Center is a multi-university research institute. It was founded back in 2019, and we've really been growing rapidly and growing in our research activities, as well as the people and the organizations that have been involved. CLUE is one of the, well, it's probably the largest project that we're engaged in right now. And I just want to start by some of the motivations for why we initiated this research program. And then I'll go into some of the I'll show the scope, the overall scope of this CLUE research project. We have a large number of different projects. I'm going to highlight two of them in more detail just to give you a bit of a deeper dive into some of the things that myself and my colleagues are working on. So one of the big challenges that always comes up when we have discussions about freight transportation and analytics is the shortage of accessible data. So this is something that we're trying to address head on with CLUE, and looking at data that quantify freight, but also data that quantifies impacts on society and the environment and competitiveness of our region. There's also, we felt, a lack of knowledge about some of the impacts of e-commerce. There's a lot of change that has happened, especially during the pandemic. including home delivery and the sharing economy on freight transportation. So we felt that there was a lot more knowledge that we needed to share with our private sector partners about what's happening with e-commerce, some dramatic changes. There's also, we felt, little research in Canada on some of the benefits and impacts of new technologies and new business processes as well. One of the other things that we wanted to address with CLUE was in the research environment, we typically do studies, we engage in modeling efforts, but we felt that there was just not enough pilot studies happening where real demonstration projects were happening on the ground. And so we really wanted to make some progress on pilot studies. And my understanding is that Anne Goodchild's a group at University of Washington is also doing similar sorts of things. And I think you'll be hearing about some of her pilot studies as well later on in this session. And finally, there's an imperative. We have to improve transportation effectiveness and efficiency, but also at the same time, we want to make sure that that's done in a safe environment and also sustainably. So a little bit about our partnership. We have 3 universities involved in the CLUE initiative, and we have 10 faculty investigators, each responsible for various different projects within CLUE. We have a partnership with 13 industry and government partners, most of whom are providing funding for our initiative, but also various partners that are providing data and also accepting our students as interns into their ecosystems. It's a 4-year research project. It started about a year ago, and it's going to go on for another 3 years, but we do expect this research to continue beyond 2024. So our research has 4 themes. We have currently 24 projects within the CLUE envelope, and I'll show a listing of them. I'm not going to have time to go through each of them in any kind of detail, but I will give you a sense of the breadth of our research initiative. We're looking at training 28 graduate students, all with skills in logistics, transportation engineering, and also with some focus on data science, sustainability, and those skills that you need to provide the evidence base for policy making and for improving private sector operations in the freight sector. And to make that actually have impact, we have a big emphasis on working with our partners to actually transfer that knowledge and integrate some of our findings into real life. So here's a sort of an outline of the CLUE themes. If you look in the center, there's 4 themes. Our first theme is to develop a freight data warehouse to engage in fairly substantial data collection efforts so we can learn more about the freight transportation system and its interactions, but then also applying some of the latest data science methods, machine learning, artificial intelligence, to make best use of those data and to come out with models for prediction, but also analytics and monitoring capabilities. We have a second theme, which is looking at, in specific, at e-commerce, looking at its impacts, but also on some of the operational methods for e-commerce. We have a theme on pilot studies, and we have a theme on safety, environment, and labor force dynamics. Each of these themes has multiple projects within it. And you can see we have a whole variety of the whole toolbox of different methods that we're applying to all of these themes. And of course, we're motivated by improving safety, finding environmentally responsible ways of moving forward with the freight system, improving the economy and efficiency, and really dealing with some of the labor issues as well. So here's a snapshot of the senior people, the research and management team. So these are the staff and the postdocs and the senior research associates and the faculty members who are all involved. I must say it's a beautiful group of people, and I've really enjoyed working with all of them. Here's a brief listing of our partners that are engaging with us on the CLUE initiative. The region of Peel, Transport Canada, the City of Toronto, and York Region are our public sector sponsors. But then we have a whole variety of private sector, both large corporations, as well as medium and small sized enterprises, and then a couple of non-governmental organizations, the Pembina Institute and the Atmospheric Fund, who are also funding or participating in the research. So I'm going to give a sort of a brief description of each of the themes, and then I'll dive in with a couple of example projects where we have some early results. We're still fairly early going in our 4-year project. We've had 1 year. It takes a little bit of time to get up and rolling and hire people, but we have been going for a year now, so we do have some things to show for our research. The first is the freight data warehouse. This is a secure and access controlled data warehouse where we are ingesting information from valuable data sources from Transport Canada, including HERE data, data from the American Transportation Research Institute with telematics information, survey information, and we're bringing this into a secure environment because we fully recognize that if we're to be responsible stewards of data and to make use of it for research, we have to be very careful about how we handle the confidentiality side of things. So we've really made that the emphasis of the freight data warehouse. We're engaging in shipper and truck driver surveys, trying to look at patterns of flows, some of the behavior behind those flows, trying to understand why decisions are made. But then with those data, we're really looking at data science applications, ways of integrating data sources using machine learning, using data fusion techniques, using artificial intelligence, and even just visualizations, finding the best way to extract the most information and wisdom from those data sources that we can. So we've got work going on with supply chain analytics. I'm going to show you a little bit today about some of our work on freight bottlenecks, particularly during the pandemic and how the pandemic influenced those bottlenecks. And we've got some research going on in safety analysis using truck engine and other telematics data from some of our partners. That's theme one. Theme two is really focusing in on new e-commerce delivery models. So we're looking at the location models where e-commerce facilities are located. We're really investigating on some of those impacts in neighborhoods of the delivery vans and delivery vehicles that now are much more common that you see in neighborhoods. There are some environmental justice impacts of e-commerce. Are the pollutants being emitted in neighborhoods or in different areas of the city as a result of e-commerce? How are those things changing people's exposure to emissions? And then some more operational style research looking at new novel e-commerce delivery models like crowd shipping, sort of the Uber for deliveries, and having people make deliveries while on their regular commute, for instance. Looking at other types of novel last mile delivery systems, including automation, same-day delivery, and some of the intricacies of first and last mile deliveries. So this is our thrust on e-commerce delivery models. Then we have pilot studies, and we have 4 pilot studies that we're initiating right now. One actually has been underway for since the pandemic began, and actually before that, and that is off-peak deliveries. So I'm going to save that one because I have a little bit more to say about that one later. We have a electric cargo tricycle delivery pilot that we are undertaking on the University of Toronto campus, as well as the York University campus. And we're going to be doing a before-after study looking at some of the challenges, but also the benefits of making deliveries by electric cargo tricycle. An autonomous vehicle delivery pilot. We have in our laboratory an automated following robot, and we're doing some testing in our lab. We're engaging in simulations, and we're going to be probably testing in a live environment to see how these automated vehicles, sidewalk vehicles, operate in a pedestrian environment. And then finally, we're installing cameras at curbside loading zones in the city of Toronto and looking at how the usage of those curbside loading zones is occurring and what are some of the issues that are they being misused? Are they being used appropriately? Are they causing any unintended consequences. So these are real life pilot studies. And I think this is sort of a new flavor of the research that we're trying to build in to get real things happening on the ground. Theme 4 is on safety, environment, and labor force dynamics. We're purchasing a truck driving simulator where we are going to be working with truck drivers to look at hazardous scenarios involving pedestrians and cyclists and how to prevent those hazardous situations, perhaps through better driver training techniques using simulators. We're investigating fatigue collisions and looking at the potential for improving parking supply for long-haul trucking in the Toronto area where we know there is a shortage. We're looking at air pollution monitoring using truck-mounted sensors. So, small, inexpensive air quality monitoring systems that are mounted on trucks, and so we can get a real-time sense of pollution in our urban areas from these sensors. Truck-managed lanes, like truck-only lanes, looking at investigating whether those work or not. Longer combination vehicles, and are there ways that we can improve traffic signalization to better manage operations? Multimodal transportation of hazardous materials. And then we have a project looking at labor dynamics and some of the challenges of the driver shortages and how that might be addressed. So these are the 24 different projects. It's a lot to handle, but we have a great team of people that are working on each of these. I'm going to talk now about 2 example projects. And this first example project derives really from our freight data warehouse. It's the first real application of analytics using data that we have been carefully securing in our freight data warehouse. The data for this was, the use of the data was donated by Transport Canada, and it's making use of information from HERE Incorporated, which is a company that provides traffic speed information. And really the objective of this project was to look at the impact of COVID-19 on freight bottlenecks in the Toronto area. We all know that traffic subsided at the beginning of the pandemic, just because people were staying home, working from home. There wasn't a lot going on in the evenings. And so some of that traffic actually reduced during the pandemic, but we wanted to see how the stages of reopening aligned with the return of congestion and what could we learn from that. So our first step was actually to use the data that had been entrusted with us to really look at where the worst freeway bottlenecks were in the Toronto area. This diagram on the left-hand side shows the pre-pandemic situation. So this is the average AM peak hour travel time index between the dates of March to June of 2019. These are our weekdays. And you can see the red areas on this map show full breakdown, which means basically that travel speeds were half of free flow travel speeds. And you can see there's red all over the map, but we were able to distinguish the very worst congested freeway segments. And then what we did was we tracked those bottlenecks over the course of the first 2 waves of the pandemic. So this is a sampling of some of the highway bottlenecks that we identified. And without going into any one of these in detail, you can see that this area to the left of the graph, which is January 8th to March of 2020, this is the 3 months before the pandemic began. You can see that the average speeds during the weekdays in the AM peak hour ranged from about 50 kilometers per hour to about 80 kilometers per hour on these freeway segments. But then the moment that the pandemic occurred, all the traffic pretty much disappeared. And on all of these freeway segments, we saw travel speeds on average close to 100 kilometers per hour, sometimes over 100 kilometers per hour. But what you can see as on the vertical lines here, there was the various stages of reopening during the very slow recovery from the pandemic. And this is just wave 1 that I'm showing on the screen here, but we've done this for subsequent waves as well. But you can see that Ontario started reopening stage 1 on May 20th of 2020. And you could see that there wasn't a whole lot of change to the traffic congestion conditions. Things were still pretty much free flow. But as we got to stage 2 of reopening, stage 3 of reopening, we started to see the return of congestion. This is in the AM, but if you look at the PM, a slightly different pattern. You can see, first of all, that the Gardiner Expressway in downtown Toronto is way more congested in the PM peak. Average speeds of 30, 40 kilometers per hour, as many of you will know, leaving the city during rush hour is quite a problem. But again, during the early stages of the pandemic, those traffic congestion conditions dissipated, but then started to come back during the various stages of reopening. And one of the most interesting conclusions that we came to was that really the evening peak hour traffic came back far faster than during the AM peak hour. So congestion in the evening returned much more quickly. So this is one of the conclusions. So we've done a lot more work on this. I won't have time to talk about it in any kind of detail, but our basic conclusions from the initial stage of analysis and analytics that we did was that yes, there were freeway bottlenecks that experienced a dramatic increase in speed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And during the various stages of reopening, congestion started to come back, but that PM peak hour has really come back in full force compared to the AM. Our next steps with this, we're looking at industry sectors, how they are influenced by traffic bottlenecks. We are looking at specific kinds of supply chains. We're really doing deeper dives, but this is just the broad level conclusions that we came to very quickly given our data. The second project I'd like to outline briefly is some of the research that we have been doing, and this is research done by Shang Zhang and Kianush Masavi and myself, as well as a larger team of students, on the impacts of off-peak deliveries in the Toronto area before and during the pandemic. This is research that's funded by the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council, the Atmospheric Fund, the Region of Peel, and the City of Toronto, all of whom took a great interest in this policy initiative, which I'll talk about in a few moments. So first of all, what do I mean by off-peak deliveries? So off-peak deliveries, different people have different definitions, but when I talk about off-peak deliveries, I'm talking about deliveries that are made between the hours of 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., which is the evening, and then overnight between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. the next morning. Those are what I call nighttime deliveries. So we engaged in a pilot project in the region of Peel back in 2019. This is before anybody even thought about the pandemic. We had 3 large retail companies that were permitted to operate during off-peak hours in the Peel region. So we got special permission for them to operate overnight. And we had 14 stores in Peel region, a 6-month pilot, and approximately 1,600 truck trips, which represented 30% of all the trips to those stores, were shifted to those off-peak hours. And then our role at the university was to really evaluate how much of a difference did it make? What were some of the implications? And there was a lot of lessons learned, but I will quickly summarize that travel times were faster during the off-peak hours, approximately 15% faster during the off-peak hours. This is one of the obvious conclusions. If you have trucks traveling at night, they are sitting less time in traffic. It's a better use of the roadway capacity. But alongside that, we found that greenhouse gas emissions also reduced, according to our estimates, by 11% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, simply because of less time spent idling or traveling slower. There's optimality in traveling faster. And also the air quality pollutants, those that have health impacts, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, and particulate matter, especially the fine particulate matter, less than 2.5. Those all reduced by 11 to 15%. So these were all very encouraging results in the region of Peel. But of course, there are some concerns with doing off-peak deliveries, and the primary one has to do with the experience of communities hearing the noise from deliveries that are happening at night. This is one of the big concerns. That pilot happened before the pandemic. And the interesting thing that happened right during the heart of the beginning of the pandemic, just a few days after shutdowns started to happen, on March 19th, the Municipal Emergency Act was enacted by the Ontario provincial government, which ensured that the delivery of goods to Ontario's businesses and consumers would not be impacted by municipal noise bylaws, so that there would be no unintentional impediments to deliveries. So if we all recall back in those first days of the pandemic, when supply chains were in question, certain products were cleared from the shelves like toilet paper and cleaning products and so on. And there was great concern about the supply chain's ability to keep up. So this rollback of noise bylaws meant that companies that were on delivery could do them at night in the off-peak hours. This municipal emergency legislation, right at the beginning of the pandemic, was then followed with the Main Streets Recovery Act in November of 2020, which essentially makes these off-peak deliveries, allowing these off-peak deliveries permanent. So it prevents municipal bylaws from restricting deliveries to retail establishments, to hotels, to motels, at goods distribution facilities, and so on. So we saw this as a really important opportunity to conduct a natural experiment. We wanted to really assess how many off-peak deliveries are happening at the regional scale, but also what happens with noise complaints. And we also decided to engage in a community noise survey just to really see if there was unintended impacts of this legislation that took place. We'd also did some work on truck collision analysis and some other GPS analysis with some of our companies that we're working with. But I'm going to really focus in on this noise question. We started looking at City of Toronto noise and looked at their noise complaints database between the dates of January 2019, so a year and 3 months before the pandemic began and this legislation was put in, all the way to April 21st, approximately a year after the pandemic began. And our investigation found, about 7.5% of noise complaints relate to loading, unloading, and motor vehicle noise. But when we really dove deep into the database and looked at the text associated with the noise complaints, we found that about 0.5% of noise complaints related specifically to off-peak deliveries. So we were very interested in seeing how this changed during the pandemic. So we sort of tracked, first of all, we tracked total noise complaints over time. And you can see there's sort of a cyclical pattern over the course of the year in noise complaints. And what's shown in the two circles, this is the timeline from January 2019 to April 2021. And there's really two comparable periods, the ones in circles. There's an 8-month period just before the pandemic began and off-peak deliveries were permitted. There was about 3 months where noise complaints weren't being collected by the City of Toronto because their staff were being redeployed to other essential things during those first couple months of the pandemic. But then there's a comparable period from August 2020 to March 2021. If you compare those, you can see that in total, noise complaints didn't change that much before the pandemic to during the pandemic. But when we looked at off-peak delivery noise complaints, we found that they did, first of all, there's not very many of them. And second of all, they reduced quite dramatically from about 100 that we could identify pre-pandemic to 25 in the same months during the pandemic. So that was encouraging because that was the period when off-peak deliveries may have ramped up. So we concluded that, first of all, off-peak deliveries contribute a small but not completely negligible portion of the noise experienced in Toronto, but we didn't see any clear evidence that this noise bylaw relaxation the beginning of the pandemic really exacerbated residents' perceptions of noise. But the big caveat with looking at noise complaints is that there's a lot of barriers that people experience before they will ever register a noise complaint to the city. And we also thought, oh, there may be less frequent deliveries to many stores during the pandemic. So there's some factors that we wanted to account for. And for this reason, we decided to do a deeper dive into noise perception and look at a community noise survey associated with off-peak deliveries. So this was an online questionnaire we developed, 16 questions. We tried to keep it really short so we get a good response. It took about 10 minutes for people to answer. And we really focused on questions like where, when, and what source of noise do you experience from your home? And we asked about during the pandemic, and we asked about before the pandemic, and asked if any changes had happened. We very carefully selected survey sites. So we found 22 selected retail stores. And these were retail stores where we know that off-peak deliveries started to happen during the pandemic. And we knew that they weren't allowed to happen before the pandemic because that Municipal Emergency Act had not yet been invoked. So you can see they're in the city of Toronto, the region of Peel, and the region of York. And they sort of cross all sorts of different areas, urban areas, suburban, and so on. For each of these retail stores, we identified all of those households that were within 150-meter radius from the loading docks, where we know those off-peak deliveries were happening. We called those the experimental group. But then we wanted to do a comparison against what we called our control group, which is beyond 150 meters. And if you know anything about noise propagation, noise dramatically reduces with distance from the source. And so beyond 150 meters, that noise level from the source is reduced by about 40 decibels. And so you shouldn't be able to hear off-peak deliveries beyond 150 meters away. We got 327 responses, about a 10% response rate, half and half within 150 meters and outside 150 meters. And I think we got, 10% is a reasonably good response rate. We kind of tried to incentivize people by taping a loonie to this postcard that we sent out. And while a loonie is not much, it, I think, caught people's attention. So that helped with our response rate. I'm just going to show just a few examples of some of the outcomes. First of all, if you look at, we asked about whether noise in their neighborhood had changed since the March 2020 pandemic lockdown began. And about 75% of people close to those off-peak delivery sites said that noise was about the same as before the pandemic, or somewhat or much quieter. Beyond that 150-meter distance, it was ranged to about 80%. So slightly more people thought that noise had reduced. So in general, more people felt like their neighborhood was quieter. We then asked, from inside your home, how would you rate the noise coming from nearby business establishments? And for those that were living near those off-peak delivery sites, we found that before the pandemic, 44% said that the noise was not loud. And after the lockdown began, that increased to 56%. So even though off-peak deliveries started, more people said that the noise ratings were not loud. We then asked, what kinds of noise do you hear from inside your home? And we included a randomized list. We tried not to add any bias, but you can see that for those who are within 150 meters of an off-peak delivery site, evening and nighttime truck deliveries to nearby businesses rated 7th in the list of noises that they most often heard from inside their home, after things like ambulances, garbage pickup, road traffic, and so on. And so that it was a little bit worse near the off-peak delivery sites. Beyond 150 meters, evening and nighttime truck deliveries were last on the list. And then the final thing I'll show you is we asked specifically in the past year during the pandemic, how often did you hear evening or nighttime truck deliveries to nearby businesses from inside your home? And 64% of people within 150 meters said that they never or rarely heard truck deliveries. That improved to 85% beyond 150 meters. So conclusions that we came to were that, yes, most people experienced reduced noise during the pandemic near those off-peak delivery sites. Most people perceived a reduced noise from nearby business establishments during the pandemic, despite there being off-peak deliveries. Most people never or rarely hear evening or nighttime deliveries to nearby businesses, but some people do hear them. And so it's not entirely problem-free. But on the balance of things, we didn't see clear evidence that off-peak deliveries are problematic for most people living in neighboring communities. So this is sort of the conclusion that we're coming to. So that's all I have to say. I mean, CLUE it's a big initiative. We have lots of things going on. We have a symposium that we'll be holding in the spring, and we'll be doing that every year. Looking forward to maybe seeing some of you folks there. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Matthew. Fascinating list of projects, and it's really encouraging to see the I think the range and scope of research that is going on now, and there's no question about that. Our chat line is open, so as we wait for questions to come in, actually we have one question here. Let me take a look. Okay, one question is whether the results of the CLUE's research projects are available publicly, or I guess on request.
We have a website, and it's clue.utoronto.ca, where we are, as we come up with research results, publish papers, publish reports, we're posting those on our CLUE website. I can just type it in.
Okay. Let me ask you about your symposium in the spring. Is that an online symposium, in person, or?
Well, that's a good question. We haven't really decided yet. I really hope it's in person, because it's been far too long since I've seen so many people. But my other observation is that having a virtual symposium, it really opens it up to a lot more people who can visit from other places. So I don't know yet. Maybe it'll be a mix.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping to have an in-person component to it for sure.
Well, you're obviously dealing with some of the same questions that we're dealing at CILTNA. Certainly our webinars have sort of expanded our audience considerably across regions, but I guess there are some advantages to also in-person components of an event. So can I ask you about, you mentioned labor dynamics at some stage. Yesterday we had a number of speakers that outlined some of the labor issues that are taking place now and expected down the line. Truck drivers shortage, new skills that are required in terms of supply chain, logistics, and that sort of thing. Are those the kind of issues you're exploring when you talk about labor dynamics?
Yeah, this is not one of my projects. This is one of my colleagues' projects. And I see another question in the chat about who the other university partners. So I'll take this opportunity to say it's McMaster University and York University. My colleague from McMaster University, El-Kafi Hassini, and my colleague from York University, Professor Mehdi Nourinejad, are leading this research project on labor force dynamics. And really the emphasis of that research is to look at the driver shortage and the shortage of expertise in logistics, but also look at diversity in those labor sectors, and search for opportunities maybe by diversifying the labor force to try to address some of those shortages. I think there's also an element to do with automation that is also being investigated. I think in the near term, automation is not likely to solve any kind of labor shortage problem. In the longer term, maybe, but it certainly is changing the nature of the skills that are required by those truck drivers who are dealing with automation technologies or logistics professionals that are trying to make the best use of logistics to improve their supply chains.
Right.
So it's at the universities, we're all about training. And so we really want to integrate some of the findings of this into our own education systems.
Okay. We got a couple of questions here. One from Louis-Paul Tardif, and question is, do you know if the source of the noise was from the engine while moving, or coupling or uncoupling, or the use of engine brakes?
We haven't done this research ourselves, but there are a whole variety of different sources of noise when you're making deliveries. And some colleagues and friends of mine from New York City have done studies on this and really gotten noise. They've used noise sensors to investigate all those different little bits and pieces during a delivery that make the noise. Yes, there is an emphasis on the engine idling, which is one source. But I think more, my understanding, and I haven't looked at this recently, but that there are behavioral issues about how the drivers are slamming doors or using the lifts, rolling carts, dumping a barrel full of glass products into a bin. Those are the kinds of things that can be far more irritating to the recipient, to the community nearby.
Right.
So no, we haven't done research on those specific elements, but we are, putting together a best practice manual for noise reduction on delivery.
Okay, that should be very helpful. Let's see, from Joan Coleman, who's one of the board members for CILTNA. Fascinating work. Any estimate of how much of the freight congestion problem can be solved by off-peak delivery? Any thoughts on options available for dealing with the on-peak congestion-related delays?
Yeah, this is where some of our modeling work comes in that we're working on right now. So we're looking at scenarios for uptake of off-peak deliveries and imagining, if we take the retail sector where most of these off-peak deliveries are more likely to happen, and we shift maybe a reasonable proportion of them, let's say up to 20 or 30%, and that shifts truck traffic into the evenings and in theory should open some capacity up during the day. Our research question, though, is what happens to that freed up capacity during the day? My understanding is that given the congestion that exists, there's a huge pent up demand for travel by cars. And so the moment that congestion is relieved, more people are going to choose to drive because the travel times are faster. So we're really trying to look at that circular impact. If you shift trucks to the evening, make some space on the roads during the day, how much of that is going to just infill with other vehicles? And in the grand scheme of things, are we better off?
Okay, interesting quandary.
This is the quandary of traffic congestion that we've been always dealing with. It's not a problem that just gets solved by one measure.
True. Here's a comment and question. Your research conclusions about off-peak traffic noise are encouraging. How do you see these conclusions being translated into reduced restrictions by municipalities on off-peak deliveries? I guess a bit related to what you were just talking about.
Yeah, well, the provincial government has already put in legislation, has approved legislation for prevents municipalities from enforcing noise bylaws for vehicles that are making deliveries to retail establishments, hotels and motels, and in goods distribution facilities. There are some exceptions to this, and I think part of what we're interested in is also looking at what are the appropriate exceptions. Like clearly we don't want to have a lot of noise being made right beside a hospital or in places where there's high sensitivity to noise. We haven't gotten that far in our research yet as to trying to make those kinds of recommendations. But right now, there is a provincial legislation that's in place that prevents the enforcement of noise bylaws across the province.
A question here. It says, Dr. Rhoda, I know that your focus is on data analysis, but why are traffic lights still not widely coordinated using vision and prediction capabilities so that vehicles are not stopped while no vehicles cross at the intersecting street or urban thoroughfares?
Yeah, well, I will say I'm not a traffic signalization expert myself. So that's my preamble to the answer to this question. But I do know that there are systems that are in real time updating over time responsively to traffic congestion that are, and there's different systems that are in different places in different parts of the city. And some are coordinated and others aren't. And some are coordinated based on outdated data and others are more up to date. So I don't have a simple answer to that question. But I think that improvements can be certainly made. And, it's not always just there's sometimes trade-offs, for instance. I'm interested in one of the trade-offs between safety and efficiency. So one of the things I'm interested in is if you time the signals for trucks, considering that their acceleration patterns are very different than cars, there is potentially some benefit for prioritizing trucks in the signalization process because those trucks have cars that are backed up behind them anyways. But, again, I'm going to say I'm not quite the right person to ask on that specific question. Some of my colleagues at York University are the ones who are asking those questions, especially for longer combination vehicles and signalization.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. From Louis Paul Tardif again, at what level of decibels do you believe the municipal regulation should be set at? And would you have a noise level during the day and one after 11 p.m.? Or what are the rules in the US, like Michigan, for example?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any specific decibel limits that are regulated, except I think when it comes to rail and airports. As far as the legislation as it pertains to delivery trucks, there's no decibel level that I'm aware of that is attached to those. Now, it's another complicated question because in a busy city, like in the downtown of Toronto, the ambient noise level is much higher than in a rural area or a small town. And so the noise that you hear with your ear, when there's this high ambient noise level in a downtown area, you're not going to distinguish another source of noise. And so people's tolerance is much higher just because all the other busyness of an urban area is competing with these additional sources of noise. But if you have a very quiet location, then it's a very low ambient noise level and new things really stand out. So there's another thing that, this is the kind of thing that makes it very hard to select one specific number to attach to a regulation. That's probably why it hasn't been done.
Okay. We're approaching 12:45 when our colleague in Hamilton should be coming on board. But let me ask you maybe one last question, and that has to do with, I guess, the impacts of e-commerce. And you talked about crowd shipping and sort of the Uber concept for shipping. As we all know, e-commerce, parcel delivery, and that sort of thing is really ramped up particularly during the pandemic, I guess, for a variety of reasons. What do you see happening on that front? And what do you see some of the challenges and pressures arising from e-commerce?
Yeah, with regards to crowd shipping, so there's lots of different flavors of crowd shipping. The ones that we're investigating involve having a delivery company bring packages to one central location, either a parcel locker or just from the back of a truck, and then coordinate with commuters to pick up the goods from that location and deliver to a destination that happens to be on their way to their work or on their way home from work. And so that's kind of the model that we're looking at. Is it practical? Is it there's a lot of challenges in making it work from an operations research perspective. And then there's real practical considerations. Do you want some random person to be handling what you purchase? There's a potential privacy issue. And then there's big questions about what happens when somebody's not home to receive the delivery, or it's a failed delivery, and then this person has a package. So yeah, we're right now on looking at the operations, the mathematical side of how to optimize it. But I think we're going to be migrating more towards some of those practical issues. And we have some partners that are really interested in the outcomes of this that we're kind of working with.
Since we're still waiting for Ian, let me ask another question then. Yesterday, we had a number of excellent speakers that talked about the supply chain disruptions and how they saw that some of these disruptions and strategies to address them would probably be more permanent than we've maybe seen in the past. And with that might come more production, manufacturing, closer to, I guess, the places of business. So more production in Canada as opposed to overseas and that sort of thing. What kind of impact do you think that sort of thing may have on, I guess, congestion or the type of good movements that might be taking place? Is there any research that you're aware of that is starting to look at those type of things?
We're starting to look at some specific supply chains and looking at what happened during the pandemic. I don't have an answer to how to right now on the top of my head of how to solve our supply chain issues. I've got a refrigerator that's been on order for over a year now, myself, and I'm sure many of you have the same problems. Right. But yeah, I see that anytime there are these disruptions that happen as a result of either trade barriers or infrastructure bottlenecks or missing components, computer chips from that are sort of make us reliant as a nation on things outside of our control. But then there is a pressure to near source some of those components and to start to build a capacity in our economy to be a little bit more resilient and in some ways self-sufficient. But those things are a really long process, and you don't just build up a new industry just like that. It's a big challenge. But yeah, certainly there are pressures there that they're not disappearing very quickly from what I've gathered. As far as the impacts on congestion, we would see potential impacts on congestion at the ports of entry if we're relying less on global supply chains. But I don't see it making huge differences to the traffic congestion in an urban area, because it doesn't matter where the goods come from, they're going to have that last mile that's going to be happening in the urban area, whether it comes from abroad or from some manufacturing plant outside the city.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll hear more also about the last mile or last 50 yards from Dr. Goodchild later on. But listen, thank you very much for your excellent presentation, your insights, and as I've said, and it's been reflected in a number of the comments, great research that's going on right now. I think it's very encouraging to see. So thanks again. If you're able to stay on, there may be some questions that we'll be taking after the next couple of presentations as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. I believe then that Ian Hamilton is online. So let's see. Is Ian online? Yes.
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, great. So by way of a brief introduction, Ian Hamilton took on the role of President and CEO of the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority in 2017 after serving as VP of Business Development and Real Estate at the port since 2008. Ian is a strong supporter of CILTNA, and we're very grateful for that, and the port is a proud sponsor of today's module. Ian has more than a quarter of a century of experience in international transportation and logistics, both in Europe and in North America, and he's held senior positions in liner shipping. A major focus for Ian is the creation of an integrated marine network across Southern Ontario. He is chair of the Ontario Marine Forum and holds positions on the boards of the Chamber of Marine Commerce and the Association of Canadian Port Authorities. Ian earned his MBA from Astor University in the UK and holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and Economics. Ian, we're very pleased to have you with us today. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Emil. I think somebody was going to run a video.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. We could probably start with that. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Southern Ontario is Canada's manufacturing heartland and most dynamic economic region. But it has a problem. With a growing population, traffic congestion, and a changing climate, how will we move the goods that Ontario needs to thrive?
HOPA Ports is an efficient, multimodal network on the Great Lakes, managing industrial waterfront properties and marine facilities in Hamilton, Oshawa, and Niagara. With more than 1,000 acres and 140 tenant companies, 40,000 jobs in Ontario are connected to the cargo we carry.
HOPA's network of ports is integrated, giving Canadian industries access to the right mode of transportation at the right time. Using marine capacity on the Great Lakes to move goods smoothly and efficiently. We are investing in modern facilities and operating sustainably.
Whether you manufacture goods, grow crops, or build infrastructure in Ontario, HOPA Ports can help. We are making the most of our region's multimodal assets to build resilient and prosperous port cities.
Integrated,
Efficient, sustainable,
prosperous.
the better way
To transport
Your goods.
Great. Well, thanks very much for playing that, and thank you very much for allowing me to chat with you guys today. And I really wanted to talk about the mission that HOPA Ports is on, and it's probably more so than ever. It's really about building resilient and sustainable supply chains. We have a particular focus on Southern Ontario, and as you can see by the network in Niagara, Hamilton, and Oshawa, we're very well positioned to serve particularly the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And what we learned during the recession was how important supply chains are, and we're still learning it today. And every whether it's driving up inflation, or whether it's as Dr. Reuter just said, he's waiting his refrigerator to be delivered. That we understand every day more and more so how complicated and important these supply chains are. And unfortunately also how fragile they are, and how quickly it is to break them. In addition to the resiliency, we talked a little bit about sustainability, and particularly focusing on the environment. And we also know that we need to focus more on climate change, and transportation is a huge contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions. And we've got some interesting things to examine over the coming years to better understand how we can better balance and utilize the different modes to minimize our impact on the environment. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that Southern Ontario is among here. You can see by the big red dots that how the population densities in Southern Ontario, and the blue area is showing really where these concentrations are. GTHA is now the fourth largest economy and population in North America, behind Mexico, Los Angeles, and New York, and surpassing Chicago. And then Southern Ontario is certainly one of the fastest growing regions in North America, and it's also one of the impacts of that is the huge congestion issues that we are faced with, and it's costing at least $6 billion in lost economic activity each year, and adding $400 million onto the prices that we're paying for goods that are being brought into the GTHA. And as you can see, we're surrounded by water, and it's an asset that we just haven't completely utilized, and a real opportunity for us to take advantage of that asset. And certainly done properly, the marine component can be the greenest form of transportation, and safest form of transportation available to us. Now we go on to the next slide. What we it's been 2 years now since we amalgamated with the Port of Oshawa, and created HOPA. And since then, we've really focused in on what can we do to respond to this congestion problem, and how do we create more sustainable supply chains for the GTHA. And the real focus has really been around modal choice. And we believe that quite strongly that there's room for all of the different modes, and the modes are each mode is essential to creating supply chains. But we also believe that today there's opportunities to shift around between those different modes to create again greener, more sustainable supply chains, and also create redundancy in our supply chain, so that we have the ability when there's a roadblock somewhere, or a congestion in one area, that we can use a different mode. All of this would contribute to, again, more cost-effective supply chains, bringing Ontario goods to international markets, and also very importantly, bringing international goods into to Ontario consumers and Ontario manufacturers. Now, historically, there's been a lot of territoriality around the different modes. But I think what we have to do now is start to look at them as an integrated system, similar to how we look at the ports as nexus points for those for transportation, and the coming together of the different modes of rail, road, and marine. We have to also look at these the modes themselves as being almost interchangeable, and how do they all fit together to create the most efficient and sustainable supply chain. So and when you really look at a consumer, it's not really about the mode. It's really, look, it's not, we're in the logistics business, and our job is to move goods for customers efficiently using whatever mode or modes make the most sense. So that's sort of something that we have to adjust ourselves to and evolve around, in that we're not competing with each other, but we're all part of a system that's essential in creating sustainable supply chains. And the next slide, we talk a little bit about our network. And one of the ways that we see that we can support Ontario consumers and Ontario manufacturers and Ontario exporters and producers is really creating a modal network. And which is why we've now pulled together and bundled together Hamilton, Oshawa, and we have a facility in Thorold now in Niagara. And that just a little bit about that facility. It's a combination of sites owned by Transport Canada, managed by the Seaway, owned by the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority, and owned by another company named BioVeld. And by pulling it all together, it creates a 200-acre site, which is served by marine, by rail, and excellent road connections. But what we're discovering is that by having these different sites, it gives us a chance to ensure that cargo is moving through the best facility to minimize the environmental impact and also minimize the cost on the supply chain and create as resilient a supply chain as possible. And again, it's very, very important to recognize our focus is on all of the modes. Although we are a port and marine's very important to us, it's the integration with rail and with road that really is the magic in the solution. The other in the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about it. The other key point is the right infrastructure in the right place. And we've between ourselves and our tenants over the last decade have invested over $500 million into the assets in Hamilton and Oshawa, and now start investing into Niagara, and is making sure that we have the right infrastructure in the right place. So right now, projects that we're contemplating are building new agricultural facilities in Oshawa to serve Durham region farmers, rail transload facilities in Niagara and in Hamilton to integrate with road and marine, and really looking at rebalancing the supply chain so that we can minimize our carbon footprint and the impact on the environment. The other area, and it's very important for the province to be involved with this, and that's creating the right ingress and egress on and off of these nexus points, or these multimodal hubs, as we like to call them. And that's critical in ensuring that goods can flow seamlessly on and off port property and these multimodal hubs. And as Dr. Werda talked about, it's certainly the congestion and the pinch points are getting on and off of these facilities, and it's something that needs to be addressed. One of the other, and I'll talk a little bit about a project we're working on after the next couple of slides. But the first is really the other thing that we're discovering, and the next slide talks about it, is the new services and opportunities. And I mentioned about rail transload. And we're seeing that the integration of rail and marine is critical for the creation of sustainable supply chains. We also see a huge opportunity in moving into the fast-moving consumer goods market, and really that's done by containerized traffic. And the Great Lakes, other than a few small initiatives, hasn't been a big player in this area, but there's a real opportunity. We piloted a product service earlier this year with Hamilton Container Terminals and ran containers between Hamilton and Montreal, and that we think that's just the tip of the iceberg. And over the coming year, we hope to run 20 different voyages, round trips between Hamilton and Montreal, and start to expand the market that exists in the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes today, as I said, is predominantly bulk and break bulk and liquid bulk, and some project cargo. But the real growth is coming in the container business and the consumer goods business. And I think that's where we have a real opportunity to better utilize our system and have a meaningful impact both on the environment and on supply chains. So it's a very exciting time for us, and we applaud Hamilton Container Terminals' work in putting it all together, and the support we've had from Degania, Mediterranean Shipping Company, and Federal Marine Terminals, all working very, very hard to get this pilot going. But it's certainly something that can probably have a real meaningful impact on the congestion we feel today on the 400 series highways around the GTHA. The other area I think that's critically important to us is on the next slide, we talk about it, and Dr. Ruda would have talked on it as well, is really around creating the data solutions or creating the data hubs so that we understand where the opportunities exist. We've partnered with McMaster and created something called Fluid Intelligence, and it's designed to be a multimodal hub for data and help us to understand how we can better balance the different modes and get the most sustainable and efficient supply chains. It's and again, it's an area where we've always struggled because of jurisdiction with federally regulated marine and provincially regulated trucking, federally regulated rail, and all of the modes don't seem to work again very much in a silo on their own. And pulling it all together is where we're really going to find where are the new opportunities to reduce congestion and to reduce the impact on the environment. So it's Transport Canada's done a great deal in supporting this project, and we've got wonderful cooperation from the MTO at the provincial level. So we're quite excited by it, and McMaster is doing a fantastic job as the analytical arm of it. But again, it's hopefully as we can start to produce studies and produce more and more work on that side of things, that people will start to see other opportunities to create new products, and industry will start to fill that void that we truly believe exists. That's really what I wanted to share with you today. I think that there's a phenomenal amount of opportunity and potential in better utilizing the Great Lakes system and taking advantage of the capacity that exists there and creating again greener, more sustainable supply chains. We're very, very excited that the province is starting to get engaged and have created again an integrated goods movement strategy, which includes marine. And I think that that's going to be extremely important, and making sure we get the investments in the right place and the right legislative framework to take advantage of the opportunity in front of us. Again, thank you very much to CILTNA. I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity to address the audience. I'd encourage you to reach out to me or my colleagues at HOPA if you're interested in exploring any of the projects or ideas that I've touched on today.
Thank you very much, Ian. Really enjoyed seeing what's happening at the port. As our chat line is open, our Q&A facility is also open. So as we wait for the questions to come in, let me ask you a question. Yesterday, we heard from a number of excellent speakers about changes in the supply chain. And one of those changes, as a result of some of the disruptions that we're all experiencing, has to do with possibly bringing back some of the production facilities. For the last 20 years, ports have been sort of geared to the global supply chain and making adjustments to better accommodate sort of global trade. Do you see the need for some important shifts taking place as a result of what we may expect to happen in the global supply chain?
I think that the global supply chain has been driven primarily by cost and minimization of cost. And I think that certainly the lessons we're learning today is that we need to build more resiliency inside of it. And I believe that there'll be a more holistic approach to making those supply chain decisions, and making sure that the integrity of the supply chain is now trumping the cost savings, and that's going to mean that supply chains are somewhat re-engineered to create that level of resiliency. The other piece about it, of course, is the focus on climate change, and it's and supply chains and transportation are a huge contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions that we have to we endure today. And I think that that'll be a big consideration. And how do you create a supply chain that minimize the impact on the environment? And then finally, it's really how do we better utilize the different modes to address some of the social issues like congestion. In a lot of cases, this probably has more to do with the change in e-commerce than and creating that unique set of problems that's done in itself. But also we need to move the goods between the different nodes, and that's where that's where my kind of business comes in with the larger volumes of be it marine, rail, or truck moving between the nodes. So I think that cost has been a huge driver, and I think just to answer your question succinctly, it's now going to have a lot more. I think the environmental impact, the social impact, and supply chain resiliency are all going to become more important in that decision-making process.
Okay. Here's a question from one of our board members, Marion Robson, who's also the chair of the Pacific Region chapter. The pilot project to move containers to Montreal sounds very positive. Could you please give us more detail about this development?
Yeah, thanks. And I see another question from Elizabeth Drake on the same topic, asking about some of the challenges that we're faced with. So the project itself, as I guess, ran a pilot this year, and it was really taking containers that were originating in the GTHA, particularly around the Hamilton area, and putting them onto a vessel, and then moving that vessel to Montreal, and then they were reloaded onto the mothership there. And that was taking place of a portion of the truck journey and a portion of the rail journey. Obviously, truck is still involved in delivering the goods into the Hamilton depot, but we're able to dramatically reduce the impact and the miles on the road, and also the environmental impact. So it is a pilot, and to answer Elizabeth some of her questions, that some of the challenges are that the seaway is not open 12 months of the year. So we need to create a again, redundancy inside of that supply chain, so that for the 9 months when it is open, we can utilize the marine, but there's still an option during the 3 months when it's closed. The other areas around cost, and we don't have the infrastructure that exists in say Montreal or Vancouver or Los Angeles, where we can handle huge volumes of containers and huge vessels. So it's still, at this point, we're still struggling to create that economy of scale to get the cost to the right spot. However, we're very optimistic that we can do that, and if we can get through this trial period, then I think illustrate the proof of concept, and then we can drive down those costs and make it a competitive mover. In terms of transit times, the transit time will be a little bit longer than it would be by truck and by rail, but we believe we can create a huge amount of certainty around those transit times. And I think that the reality of it is 1 or 2 days is not going to make a big difference in people's supply chains. It's just making sure that they have the certainty and the time definite service. And Marine is extremely competent at delivering on that.
Okay, thanks, Ian. A question from Paul Miller, our CILTNA chair. We have heard from other ports about global information hub partnerships linking ports in different parts of the world. Do you see any opportunity for HOPA to join such a global partnership in order to build closer supply chain links?
For sure we do. And I think it's a really neat model. The first step for us should be, how do we integrate the Great Lakes ports together? And how do we build a network in the Great Lakes that we really truly understand the power and of us being able to create products between ourselves. Internationally, we've certainly seen some opportunities there as well, particularly with Europe, and carry on regular dialogue with our colleagues in European cities. But the low-hanging fruit is definitely how do we work more closely with our colleagues on the Great Lakes to create supply chain solutions that integrate us together.
Okay, I think you covered the question of seasonality before, but Louis Paul is asking, do you think that there could be a possible extension of the seaway as we see a warming of the climate? Maybe not for the entire seaway, but at least part of it.
For sure. And the last couple of years, we've already seen it extending. I think they announced today that the Welland Canal will be open until January the 7th, which is quite a good deal. And I think reopening again in the springtime, March 20th is the norm. So we used to call it a 3-month closing, and as you can see, it's getting closer and closer to a 2-month closing. So we can definitely all year opening. I think there's some infrastructure challenges with that, but we can certainly minimize the impact and move it from a 9-month to a 10-month service without too much difficulty.
Right. Excellent.
I saw a question about from Paul as well, just about the size of the vessel that we're looking at for between Hamilton and Montreal, and we're probably targeting a sweet spot of around 350 TEUs in the for the period for 2022. Beyond that, I think that there could be opportunity around of moving up to 600 and TEUs. And this is certainly shouldn't be viewed as a threat to any of the other modes, because it's really complementary, and some of the goods that would move by marine are not necessarily attractive on the other modes, and that would be like heavy goods or liquid bulk inside of containers because of the sloshing challenges. So we see it as not shouldn't be viewed as a threat, and it's a relatively small portion of the market that it would serve, but but nonetheless it would have a meaningful impact on supply chain sustainability and environmental impact.
Right. Okay, maybe one last question. Do you see other opportunities for short sea shipping in the Great Lakes?
Yes, I think there's we kind of look at it as an intra-lake service, where I think that there's opportunities, for example, moving cargo between Southern Ontario into the Midwest, and I believe that will be done in conjunction with a trucking company, so that they can save their power on use their power on both ends of the move, and then pick the goods up at one side and drop them off on the or drop them off at one side and pick them up on the other side. The trucking industry is faced with its own unique set of challenges. Obviously, fuel costs is one of them, but also there's a driver shortage and less appetite for drivers to make those long haul moves, and they prefer to make the shorter haul moves and spend the evenings at their nights at home in their own beds. So I think that the marine component can offer a part of a solution to that challenge. I also think that certainly there's some opportunity, and particularly in Lake Ontario, for cross-lake services and ways that we can avoid the congestion in the GTHA, whether that be hovercraft or fast ferries. But we certainly see chances there. And as you look at Toronto and the challenges Toronto is faced with and the congestion downtown, we could certainly see feeding goods from Oshawa and from Hamilton into Toronto on a just-in-time basis. And fundamentally, Oshawa and Hamilton are the staging area for those goods, and then they're brought into the downtown core when needed, avoiding the congestion and also helping to alleviate some of it.
Well, we certainly hope that a lot of these projects come to be realized. Let's end with a question from John Coleman. Is there any prospect for reducing container transit times with faster ships? 18 knot works on transoceanic service because there aren't many competitive options.
There are. I think that today it's a balance between your emissions and your velocity, and I believe that provided the faster shipping service was being used to replace a different mode, it would make sense. But running ships faster to save a couple of days of transit time, I think in today's environment, it's a difficult argument to make, quite simply because the environmental impact would be dramatically increased.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thanks for joining us today and for your excellent presentation. So we're going to move on to our last presentation of the day by Dr. Anne Goodchild, who's coming to us from Seattle. Dr. Goodchild is Professor of Civil Environmental Engineering at the University of Washington, where she leads academic and research efforts in the area of supply chain logistics and freight transportation. As founding director of the Supply Chain Transportation and Logistics Center, Dr. Goodchild oversaw the installation of the Urban Freight Lab in 2016, which brings together public and private sector interests in applying new technologies and operating approaches to address challenges of urban freight. We look forward to your presentation, Dr. Goodchild. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the invitation. And good morning or good afternoon. I don't know if there's anybody joining from farther than that, but it's still morning here on the West Coast. and it is, we've had some really, really wet weather, but it's not raining at the moment. I know there's been quite a bit of disruption in Washington and BC from landslides. It's been pretty unprecedented weather. So continuing on the theme of resilience and adapting to new environments, I'm going to speak about urban freight, which is really, it doesn't have to actually be in urban areas, but we're really talking about this very last segment of supply chains, global supply chains often. And that's, increasingly to residential locations. So to the locations of where people live, but also to pickup points or lockers or stores, wherever that last point is on the supply chain. I was asked to speak about kind of how we've structured our work in the Urban Freight Lab, as Emil mentioned. And then I'm also going to talk about a couple of experiments and pilot tests that we've conducted in the last year or so, and what they mean for how the urban freight system can improve and how we expect that it will change. So as Emil mentioned, I started the Urban Freight Lab just about 5 years ago now. We're just celebrating our 5th anniversary. And that was really in an effort to more effectively address urban freight challenges. Urban freight is kind of a new way of thinking about freight, with a lens on this very last 50 feet or this last segment of supply chains, and overlaying that with the challenges of urban transportation, congestion, which has been mentioned a lot, but also just scarcity of resources, complexity of objectives, the sort of multi-layered ownership of space, some private space, some public space, and sort of the lack of mechanisms that we had to talk about those issues and to work on them together. So I started the Urban Freight Lab. It's a partnership that really focuses on bringing together the stakeholders from the private sector. So that's shippers and carriers, but also real estate, technology providers, and researchers, and also public transportation agencies who are tasked with managing and operating the shared infrastructure, the systems that these things move around on. And we just didn't see a way of really doing truly effective, kind of efficient research without long-term partnerships across those sectors. It can be done kind of on a project by project basis, but that has some significant challenges. And so we set up this structure to really work together in a more long-term fashion. This is our current membership. It includes really a wide range of urban freight stakeholders, because we must acknowledge that it's not only the vehicles and the receivers or the distributors of goods, but also quite a range of sectors that touch and influence the urban freight system, including new technology companies who are developing tools for curb space management and routing and scheduling. They're developing those tools, and we want to influence those. We want to make sure they're developed in the right way, but we also want to understand what's possible and what these technologies are capable of. Vehicle manufacturers who are designing vehicles that directly affect the impacts that the vehicles have on the environment, on space, and their ability to serve demand, as well as some of the new technologies. We've got a couple of cargo bike manufacturers in our membership, tire manufacturers, and the sort of traditional carriers and shippers that you might expect. We also have been working very closely with city partners here in the Seattle region. The city of Seattle has been a fantastic partner, as well as the city of Bellevue, just to our east. And we've recently developed more specific relationships with other regions, the city of New York, and also a city in Arkansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, which represents, we've been very focused on some of these, most dense urban areas, places in Toronto, as well as, New York and Seattle, but a lot of the continent, right, is not that, that does not represent the vast majority of kind of areas on the continent. And so we've really been trying to explore solutions for less urban areas, semi-urban, suburban, and sort of smaller communities, so that we understand, what how the problems in those regions are different, and how our tools can also be brought to support those communities as well. So, we engage with both the public and private sector. The lab is funded by private sector membership fees, and we work very collaboratively. As the researcher, I do not, dictate what the problems are. We are supporting the problems that are brought to us by our city and private sector partners, but we bring, research skills, analytical skills to help move those problems forward and look and evaluate solutions. So our focus right now, this is decided upon by the membership and us, is on urban goods delivery, particularly sustainability. We have a number of projects looking very carefully at curb space management, and also have done a number of pilots around zero emissions freight in the last 2 years. So the Urban Freight Lab, we really coined this term, the final 50 feet. So this is, I think people have thought about freight, and freight is such a broad term. It includes so many things. So I think, we need more, we need to think a layer below that. People have really focused on sort of the vehicle problems of freight, but in the urban area, it's actually that it's outside the vehicle that presents a lot of the challenges. It's actually the majority of the time is spent outside the vehicle. The majority of the cost and the resources go towards moving things from the vehicle to the destination, and that is, quite heterogeneous, quite unorganized. And that is really the starting point where we brought our research to urban freight, was really actually focused outside the vehicle, and what the challenges were there and how we could address those challenges. That's what dictates where people park, how long they stay there, how those vehicles behave on the network. So some of the things that we've done in this space, we were the first to quantify what the sort of cost of a lack of parking is. This is often referred to as cruising for parking, and it's something that has been quite widely studied in the passenger space. And you might have heard, that the sort of cost of people driving around looking for parking, but that hadn't actually been studied in the commercial sector. And so we were able to estimate that about 28%, so almost a third of the urban commercial vehicles time is spent sort of because of a lack of really convenient and well-located parking options. And we didn't have that number before. We had sort of anecdotal stories and pictures, but we really didn't know the magnitude of that cost. So that's something that we were able to estimate and want to focus on reducing. It's purely waste, right? It's wasted resources across the board. We also were able to look at the space around the truck. Most commercial vehicle sort of loading zones or parking spaces are insufficiently designed when you think about the driver and the goods. And so we are putting the driver at risk. It's often interrupts other flow on the network. So we were able to sort of measure that and estimate what would be necessary, what would help reduce these safety and disruption costs. We've been really trying to bring data to a lot of these problems, although, urban freight, we can sort of recognize as an area of challenge. There's quite a scarcity of data in most urban regions to quantify those. Couple of things that we've been able to highlight are that, actually a very substantial proportion, here it's about half of the commercial vehicles in an urban area are pickups and vans. So they're quite small. Often I think people's minds go to, tractor trailers, and that is the minority of vehicles. So we're really trying to plan for pickups and vans, and that's the predominant vehicle load on the network for commercial vehicles. And also about a third of these commercial vehicles are services. So they're plumbers or electricians. They're not all package pickup and delivery, which I think is what our minds often go to. And they have quite different behaviors. They park for longer periods of time. The service worker needs to often access the vehicle repeatedly during their work. And so we would like to design different parking solutions for them than we would for pickup and drop off vehicles. And we've been estimating sort of what is the capacity of the existing network. Many cities actually don't know that. Many cities don't have, digital databases that measure even the existing, fixed assets at the curb, let alone what is the capacity of anything off street that they don't manage or control. So we've been developing methods. We publish those. We have some toolkits on our website to help cities actually measure the infrastructure and begin the process of estimating capacity so that they can develop some policies to manage that better, reduce externalities and congestion. With our pilots, there's a picture in the bottom right there of a common carrier locker. So one of the solutions that we've tested very carefully is this locker solution. It's something that's quite commonly talked about, but there's very little empirical data as to the impact. I'd say there was none from North America. There was a World Economic Forum had a publication, I think about a year and a half ago, where they estimated that 18%, there would be an emissions reduction of 18% through the use of common carrier lockers. But that's all estimated, and it's based on simulations. This was actually where we went through the steps of getting permission, finding resources, connecting with carriers to actually have packages delivered at this locker. So we have some empirical data about their effect. We saw a 50% drop in the time spent in the building, which is a dramatic improvement for that carrier, right? They can do their work in half the time, and that improves their utilization of resources. It also reduces the amount of time that vehicle spends at the curb. We saw about a third drop in the time spent at the curb. So that means that the curb can be more productive. It can serve more vehicles in the same amount of time, right, without building more infrastructure. And we've also done a couple of pilots now around cargo bikes. One was this UPS bike in the bottom left, but we also did a different pilot over this last summer where we measured the impact of the use of these cargo bikes as opposed to the normal delivery in internal combustion engines vehicles. And we saw some significant opportunity there for emissions reductions, about a 50% reduction in vehicle miles and a 30% reduction in CO2 emissions from delivery through this cargo bike. So just a couple of specifics about these pilots. The cargo bike was part of a zero emissions hub that we built and experimented at here in Seattle. It was sunny that day. It was in the summertime. And we tested a number of solutions that would improve the sustainability of last mile delivery. And that was in partnership with a number of partners, right? I don't move goods. I don't drive commercial vehicles. So this was all in conjunction with our partners. We did install this common carrier locker. Parcel Pending was the manufacturer of that locker and developer of their software solutions. We also had a ghost kitchen. So in the center at the top there, it's kind of like a food truck, but it only does delivery. So with the pandemic and the growth of sort of takeaway, there has been an opportunity to bring that production, so that the kitchen part, closer to where the customers are and actually reduce the distance traveled by those goods. We had Axel Hire was a partner who actually did, the routing of the goods and brought the partnerships with the goods providers. We had a special made cargo cycle made by Coaster Cycles, which is on the bottom left there. An electric pallet, which is produced by Bright Drop, which is GM's last mile electrification solutions spinoff. And it is sort of a smart pallet or dolly that is electric assist, so it reduces the amount of work the driver has to do while walking, and so he can walk more or more quickly. And it also has a lot of sensing technology to improve transparency in that last mile. And we had a lot of support from the Seattle Department of Transportation as we ran this experiment. And this came out of the goals of our members to have a more cost-effective space to try solutions that they want to try. So as a group, we were able to reduce the cost of each of these members actually experimenting, and also bring that to market faster than they would be able to do by themselves. So we wanted to know if these solutions were able to really improve the last mile, improve the experience for those communities, and reduce the cost of moving goods through neighborhoods. We picked a location that was quite, had to balance a couple of demands. One was that we wanted there to be quite dense demand for delivery in the nearby neighborhood, but also it had to be reasonably accessible to the vehicle bringing in the goods, and sort of compatible with a bike. So it's actually, Seattle is a very hilly place. So we actually started in a relatively flat area, also with, substantial bike infrastructure. So it's an old parking lot, and the parking lot, earns revenue through paid parking. And we were able to offer the landlord a more lucrative opportunity through a reasonable rent that the participants all paid to that landlord. So this pilot ran over about 3 months this last summer. And what we found, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, was a 50% reduction in the vehicle miles traveled per package. And we did include we sort of scoped it the same for the traditional versus the bike. So actually we've included the miles from the regional warehouse, not just from the hub itself. So we include in the bike delivery, we include the truck that brings goods in from the regional warehouse. We actually found that we could essentially replace a truck mile for mile with one bike. And actually it's a little better than that. And that is with the bike operating 8 hours a day. We didn't have the bike operating 8 hours a day in our pilot, so we've multiplied that by 2. And that was quite surprising. I think, the impression is that we might need many more bikes, right, to replace each truck. But it's actually consistent with the results of the pilot in New York, which has been going on for, it's no longer a pilot, it's a permanent program now, but they've had data for about 2 years there. We were able to reduce tailpipe emissions by about 30%. The reason it's not more than that is that we are including the tailpipe emissions from the truck that brings the goods into the micro hub. And we saw about a net neutral impact on time per package sort of in this delivery system. We actually think we would improve on this over time, right? We're comparing this new cargo bike, 3-month brand new setup thing to a very well established delivery model in vehicles. So I think it's a bit harsh on the bike, and there's some very specific suggestions for improvement that we learned through the pilot. But in any case, in our pilot, there was a sort of like for like outcome in terms of travel time. One of the other pilots we've done is install, so you saw the locker we installed at the hub that would be available to anybody. It's on public property. We have agreements with the 6 main carriers to make deliveries to those. But we also installed a locker in a private building and all the packages going to this building are delivered to this locker. It's in the lobby. Prior to that, packages were delivered, some to the lobby and some were walked to different floors in the building and dropped off at doors. So we wanted to see what the impact would be on dwell time for the trucks and dwell time at the curb and time in the building. And again, this is an empirical study, so it's capturing the challenges and variability on the ground. We picked a comparable building. They look like the same building, but they're actually not. We picked a very comparable building, similar in like almost every metric in the same part of Seattle. And then collected data before and after the lockers were installed. And what we saw there was a 50% reduction in average time spent in the building. So each driver on average is able to, cut the time in half that they spend in the building. So it's a tremendous benefit to the carrier. We also saw a 33% reduction in dwell time at the curb. So the vehicles are able to be, more productive and to occupy less of the curb space, and that could be put to other uses. So that's also a significant sort of benefit to the city. And this kind of study is quite difficult to do. There's a lot of noise in the real world, but it's quite a robust result given the limitations of the empirical research. So these are just a couple of the things we've done as Urban Freight Lab. We think we've really been able to demonstrate that a long-term partnership between the public and private sector and academic researchers can really pay off in more projects that might be more relevant, might be easier to test, and where we have trust with our partners in terms of being able to do those tests and share information that I think has been a benefit to the urban freight space. And I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Anne. Maybe just to start off with a question. It was interesting, very much so, to see some of the projects that you have. The pilot projects. I think you obviously got some interesting results. Do you see any specific logistical challenges ahead in terms of the broader application of some of these pilot projects?
Yeah, it's super challenging. It's the marketplace isn't necessarily designed to find the solution that is most beneficial for the region. The marketplace, really looks for solutions that are sort of best for individual parties. So we had the common carrier locker there are locker systems, right, that exist in the marketplace. Most of the individual carriers have their own locker solutions, Amazon, UPS, because there are pretty clear advantages for the carriers to do that, but they're quite reluctant to share. And you see that in the the old boxes that you drop your package in, that it says pick up by 5 o'clock, and they're on this sidewalk, and you go out there and there's 4 different boxes, right? Because there's one for each carrier. And there's an overlaying network of, each of those 4 carriers are driving the same route every day, picking up the same packages right next to each other. So there's very little incentive for them to share, and a lot of reasons for them not to share that infrastructure. So that creates a lot of extra travel. That's one example for one of the obstacles that we want to think about as regions, about how we can reduce some of those barriers and how we might get involved. I think as public agencies who haven't really been involved in a lot of in supporting urban logistics, and it's been relatively hands-off. So I think yeah, the question is, what are those barriers? And I think we've been able to identify a lot of them through the act of trying to implement some of these solutions. And we're writing about those. But yeah, I think there's a lot of questions for the public sector about, what is the role, what role will they play? What is, and how feasible are those ideas?
Yeah. It's great that you were able to join us today and give us a perspective of some of the developments in south of the border. And of course, north of the border, our weather in the winter is a serious constraint on possibly some of the approaches that you outlined. Obviously, cold weather might impede some of the bicycle applications that you outlined. Is that what you found?
Well,
some of your projects?
We haven't. I mean, it's not very pleasant here in Seattle through the winter either. It's very wet and just above freezing, which I think is worse than just below freezing and snowy. But it's an interesting question, right? Because actually, if you look at the U.S., some of the cities with the highest rates of bike commuting, like I think Portland and Seattle often compete for that. And it's really unpleasant to ride your bike here all winter, but people do it. So I'm not sure. I think there's reasons other than weather that are highly influential about the choices people make. And I think that, there's probably a lot of weather related challenges that are manageable. I'm always amazed when I go to Calgary in the winter and I see bike commuters like with chains on their bikes, and I was in Aspen a couple years ago and realized that they had little snow plows for the bike lanes. So yeah, I mean, I think, sure, there's some detailed level planning that needs to go on, but I think if, and it's a highly regional solution. What is the land use? What is the existing bike infrastructure? What is sort of the origin and destination demand and flow? So yeah, I mean, I don't want to suggest that it's a solution that's going to work everywhere, but I think that there is a lot of evidence that there is an opportunity to use some different modes, to use some smaller, lighter electric modes that would be a significant advantage where they are locally, acceptable and possible.
Right. Okay. We have two questions posted here. Let's touch on, I guess, some points that you made. From Paul Miller, would you see these hubs or common carrier lockers expanding into the cold supply chain and or into actual meal delivery? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are lockers you can buy now that have, heated compartments as well as refrigerated compartments. So it's certainly possible. And, it was a lot, there's a more sort of alliance of motivations inside existing residential buildings. So actually, there's quite a healthy marketplace in new residential construction where they're in multifamily buildings, where they're installing lockers, when the building is constructed, because we now understand that this is that there's going to be demand for delivery, and also there's a lot of sort of cost and liability that buildings carry for receiving packages. So it's quite time consuming to have, if you have someone there who's receiving packages, there's always questions about how delivery drivers access the building. And so there's some concerns about who's coming in the building and where they're going in the building. There's some liability concerns about, especially with food, where the concierge, or if that's a person, really doesn't want to be responsible for your food. And what happens if it goes bad or it got old. And so there really is, quite a sort of nexus where this locker solution is quite a good solution, especially in a residential tower where you have relatively high demand, especially for food services. And yeah, you can have hot and cold lockers. So I certainly see that as a quite, I think it's sort of happening in some places now, and it's quite compatible with the goals of both the building manager as well as the residents. But, that's in new buildings. It can be quite difficult to sort of retrofit old buildings. The picture I showed you is a relatively small lobby. And so there was a lot of discussion about how to make the locker kind of not be obtrusive and not look terrible. And I think of the public locker, food would be more difficult. There's not really someone there, to monitor it all the time. And I don't know, how customers would feel about it. But I think there are certainly some opportunities for food in lockers in, certain environments, and that's happening now. Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
Okay. From Marion Robson, who's just north of you on the Pacific Coast. We have, I guess, this question. Cargo bikes look very promising. How do you see these developing in the marketplace? What are the obstacles to broad implementation? So,
yeah, those are great questions that lots of people are really working on right now. And I think there's a ton of experimentation going on in terms of bike design. Like, what is it a tricycle? It's electric assist for sure, because they're heavy and you can nowadays. And it, allows a driver to spend more time out on a route or travel longer distances. But there's, is it a bicycle with a trailer, a detachable trailer? That's largely what they're using in New York City. Or is it a tricycle, which has more, can usually carry a heavier load? It's more structured. And I think that's what Canada Post is experimenting with right now. So there's a lot going on in terms of what's the right bike. And I think it won't be one bike, it'll be adapted to local conditions. How much protection is there for the driver might be weather dependent. Environmental protection for the driver. And then also, most cities aren't, like Seattle in particular, is our bike, the approach to permitting and setting rules for bicycles is really based on the concept of commuter bikes. And so I think there's some real policy questions about who do we allow to use bike lanes? How big can that bike be? They've set some rules in New York about the width of the bicycle that's allowed to use a bike lane. Where do they park? Right now, there's no existing curb space that's dedicated to cargo bike use. And again, that's one of the things they did in the pilot in New York, was designate some space specifically for those trailers. There's no permitting system. So, we have the ability to track individual vehicles through their license plate and require certain elements of behavior and compliance. We don't have that largely with bicycles, and so there needs to be a permitting system. So there's a lot of work to do. I think the other thing, we've been studying how the bike used the infrastructure. So did he park on the sidewalk? Did he park at the curb? Did he use the travel lane? Did he use the bike lane? Was it a shared bike lane or a dedicated bike lane? So we've been learning about the preferences of drivers. And one of the things we saw is, the typical bike infrastructure, is designed to sort of give the rider some space to travel through, separated from vehicles. But this cargo bike wants to get up on the curb because he wants to get to an address. So what he had to do at each block, was actually go up on the sidewalk at the beginning or the end of the block where there's a curb cut, because he can't get up on the curb mid-block. So, there's some differences in terms of how they behave and what their needs are that I think we want to understand as we build, as cities think about how they can support or encourage the use of this kind of solution. And we're learning that right now.
Yes, obviously, sure. Question from Jacques Rachon, a CILTNA member and someone who has a keen interest in urban transportation. Do you have any sense whether there is a significant interest across the US and Canada in this research and potential solutions, or will congestion need to increase further before there's a greater take-up?
There's absolutely interest. As I mentioned, this pilots that we ran were not they were selected by our private sector membership as their priority for research and understanding. They have solutions that they want to test. They want to understand, how, what are the cost implications, what are the operational implications, and they're very motivated to do that. And it's not just congestion that they're responding to, it's the high cost of the last mile. And it's prohibitively expensive. The status quo is not sustainable. Delivering every package to every address costs more than they can recover. And so there's a lot of venture capital, there's a lot of investment in this space as people experiment and look for solutions, but you can expect a lot of fallout and you can expect a significant increases sort of in the cost of delivery as those ideas get rationalized and as people can't continue to subsidize the cost of last mile delivery. So it's not, congestion is one of those costs, but it's really much more systematic than that. It's that delivering everything to everybody's home just costs a ton of money, and they're very much looking for solutions for people who are willing to accept something else, so that they can really reduce the cost to themselves and sort of grow or survive in that marketplace.
Are you aware of the research that's been done in the use of commercial drones for delivery of packages in maybe outlying or rural areas, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we've done some work in drones. Mm-hmm.
And do you see that as a strong prospect going forward?
For retail delivery in urban areas, no.
No.
I see drones as a solution in areas that are really difficult to access over land. So and you see that's, I'm not a magician, I'm looking at where drones are already being adopted and used. And that is in a lot of, rural surveillance, data collection, or, areas very poorly served by the road network, if at all. And so I think, that's an indicator of where there's a market already for the use of drone technology. So I think if you try to expand that, you can say, well, there are some places like out in the Puget Sound, there's islands, right, that are where people live that are generally served by ferry and quite slow to access. It's quite cumbersome the way, trucks drive to a ferry terminal, wait at the ferry terminal, take the ferry, get off the ferry, drive to their destination and do that back again. And if there's enough demand on an island, I think, a daily or a weekly drone delivery would probably compete on a sort of service and cost basis. So I'm imagining, a weekly delivery of food products, to a designated location. And I don't think that's going to be 1 and 2 kilo deliveries. That's going to be sort of pallet size deliveries. So larger drones, which do exist. They aren't typically in the front of people's mind, but there's quite obviously we use drone technology to deliver heavier things at the moment. So I think it's locations like that where we'll see them adopted first. It's not in cities, which are which are already very dense, well-connected, significant challenges with airspace control and safety that would be concerns that are going to be slower and harder to manage. So I think that's what we're going to see first.
Okay.
People it's attention grabbing and exciting to think about, getting your pizza by drone, but it's I don't think it's a realistic, economically viable solution in cities.
Right. No, of course, and other impediments, of course. Yes. Both in Canada and the US, I guess there's increasing speculation about bringing back production to, from offshore, that sort of thing. And so increased warehousing, distribution centers, stockpiling, that sort of thing. Do you see that having an impact on the kind of projects that you were talking about?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I see there being a very significant challenge with the volume of movements that we're going to see in urban areas and the space that we have to manage those. So, there's some speculation at the moment about urban development because of COVID, and how that's changing office space and work locations. But if you look at the price of urban real estate, it's still very high, and I don't see that changing. So it's very hard for logistics to sort of pay the price of real estate in urban areas. And so there's a real squeeze on, anything off street. So I think there's the need for these sort of hub solutions from a supply chain standpoint. It's very hard to get that space from sort of an urban real estate perspective. So I think that's going to continue to be a problem. And in the background of that, we're going to continue to see high volumes of delivery and high levels of quite fast delivery, which to increase the number of vehicles that we see out on the road. So I think it's going to be a really big problem. Is how do we manage that? There's a couple of candidate solutions, but I continue to see that pressure. And really the use of space on the periphery, which is what we've been moving to for the last 2 decades, right? On the edge of the urban area where land is cheaper. We will continue to use that because we have to. But I think sort of the stuff itself is going to want to move closer into the city center, and there's not necessarily going to be space for that to happen unless cities choose to make space for it.
Okay, last question. What are your project plans? What kind of research would you like to see going forward over the next 5 years?
Mm-hmm. I liked, hearing from Dr. Rorda, who's an old friend of mine, so it's weird to call him Dr. Rorda. I think you're going to start to see, and I think this is the right direction, more of an emphasis on communities, and what do neighbors want? How do people feel? What are their preferences for what's happening in their neighborhood? Because freight is something that, historically we've tried to separate from where people live, and we're not always successful at that. And there's always a boundary, but to a large extent, we try to keep manufacturing and industrial facilities quite separate from where people live, because they are loud and noisy and have big vehicles that aren't necessarily compatible with, pedestrian spaces. But with home delivery, we can't separate them. The basic idea is that you're bringing goods into people's communities and to people's homes. And so I think that's changing, and that's the work that Dr. Rorda and I are doing is really in response to that shift and that ongoing change, which is really substantial from a transportation standpoint. But we haven't historically really engaged neighbors and people in these conversations, and I think we need to do that, and we need to understand what people are sensitive to in terms of be that noise or activity, what kind of vehicles people want in their neighborhood. We get to choose that, really, right? This isn't something that just happens to us. This is something that sort of neighbors should be able to say, well, we'd like a shared locker, we'd like a neighborhood hub, and we want those communities to have a voice in a lot of this decision making. So I think you're going to see more outreach, more consideration of neighborhood differences or preferences, and some solutions that are really trying to meet the needs of those neighbors, as opposed to being made those decisions being made sort of in isolation and without input from communities. Excellent.
Well, and thank you very much for joining us today and making time to share your thoughts. I found this a very informative session. We took a deep dive into some research projects that some of us were certainly not very familiar with. So it was quite enlightening, both from your perspective and from Dr. Rorda as well. It was interesting to learn about the plans at the port of Hamilton, Oshawa. I think it's it's great to see the thrust towards more integrated modal solutions. And it was interesting to hear as well from the Minister of Transportation as to what kind of plans and how they view priorities and challenges going ahead. So thank you very much for joining us. Thanks to all of our presenters today. And so with that, we're going to end this module. The next one starts in less than 30 minutes, module 3. That will be moderated by our president, Bob Armstrong, and looking forward to seeing you at that one. Thank you very much again, and a good day to all.
Hi, Corey. Oh, well, there's still. Hi, Chantel.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm
Hold
fine,
on.
thank you. So good to have you.
It's good to be here. You got the nice relaxing music going.
Yeah, we're gonna start in a couple minutes, so. I just have to stand a lot. I just had surgery, so.
I heard. I'm so sorry about everything
that's
that's
okay.
been happening. I'm glad to see you up and smiling.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting better, that's the main thing.
Good.
I just had trouble sitting long periods of time.
We're supposed to be standing more anyway. I think that's part of what we've learned during COVID-19, that sitting is not great for our health overall in general. So
Yeah, I read some articles on that. I'm talking to my doctor and he said that, so he said you were working a lot indoors. I said, yeah, in my office. So you were sitting. Yeah, he said it's not so good.
So how's the sessions going so far? Is everything going well?
Yeah, it's going really, really well. Yeah, thank you. It's been
good.
Got some pretty interesting topics. We got a great afternoon. We got 4 speakers this afternoon, so it should be really interesting. Kind of wraps up the program with some really, really good speakers.
Great.
So thank you for being here.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
I'm going to start in 1 minute.
Yes.
People are starting to come now, so. Corey, it's Bob. I'm going to start. Is it okay to start now, Corey? Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bob Armstrong, president of Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport here in North America, and I just want to welcome you back to our third and final module of our annual Fall Transport Outlook Conference. We have module 3 is going to be about supply chain resiliency, international container challenges, decarbonization, and the last mile. We're very pleased with the speakers we have for module 3. And also I want to thank the speakers who participated in module 1 and 2. Again, I must thank all of our great sponsors for their financial support to make this virtual conference possible. CN is our national sponsor. HOPA, which is the sponsored module 2, the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority. CGI, who's the sponsor of module 3, RailCan, Railway Association of Canada, and the Toronto Pearson International Airport. We have 4 presenters this afternoon: Chantal Dupree from CN, Greg Holt from S&P Global Platts, Angela Splinter from the Trucking HR Canada, and Sally Dam from Canada Post. So our opening speaker today is Chantal Dupree. She's the Assistant Vice President of Sustainability at CN. She leads CN's sustainability strategy, working closely with key internal and external stakeholders to advance sustainable supply chain solutions and drive long-term stakeholder value creation and protection. Chantal is a volunteer and a member of the board of Al Gore's Climate Reality Project Canada and was named to Canada Clean 50 and the Clean 16 in 2015 in recognition of her contribution to sustainable development with clean capitalism. So we're really honored to have you here today, Chantal, and hear about what you're doing at CN on sustainability and the like, especially decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's our first day back in the office, actually, today at downtown Montreal at headquarters. And I've been wearing my mask most of the day, so I'm thinking that I have my mask lines on. But it's a pleasure to be here wherever people are at, whether they're in their offices or at home, to talk to you about transportation supply chains today.
Thanks for being here.
Right.
Go right ahead.
So I think it was going to be more of a Q&A kind of session today, rather than using PowerPoint slides or kind of a presentation.
Sure.
So I'll leave it to you to maybe kick it off and ask the questions of interest.
We'll do a fireside chat without the fireplace.
Right.
Let me just, I'm showing my ceiling here. Okay, Chantal, can you provide an overview of your company's science-based target and its action plan?
Right. So we've been quite focused on fuel efficiency as a company. And actually, long before, carbon or climate change was a trend, the organization had been very focused on fuel efficiency. Being a transportation company, obviously, fuel has always been a major cost of operation. And it's been a big part of the success of the journey of CN to be focused on fuel efficiency. Having been the pioneers of precision scheduled railroading, we really lead the sector in terms of running a very efficient railroad. And that really has formed the foundation for us, really, of our climate strategy or decarbonization strategy, that focus that's in our DNA of focusing on the efficiency of everything we run. And so the journey in terms of our target setting really began through our CDP disclosures. So as the lead on climate change and sustainability at CN, I've been reporting our climate change disclosures through the CDP since 2009. And collaborating with that organization really helped us understand what is our carbon footprint. In the early days, that's what I was doing. Where does it come from? We do operate a variety of fleets at CN, locomotives being the #1 biggest fleet that we run. 85% of our emissions come from the running of that locomotive fleet. But we do offer trucking services through CNTL and Transex, so we do have emissions that come from those fleets. We operate vessels through the Great Lakes, and have that vessel fleet, and then all kinds of trains and trucks and automobiles that our people use on a daily basis. And so the beginning of the journey was to really just understand that our carbon footprint, get the data, understand that there's also carbon in our scope 2, which is through the electricity generation in our yards, and then also in our supply chain. But then, once you measure it, then the next step, right, is to manage it and reduce. And in the beginning, we tied it right to our fuel efficiency with year-over-year targets that we were trying to meet. And really since 1993, we've improved our intensity performance by 43%. Which is, significant when you think about the fuel and the consumption. And if you're running a transportation business, that's really exciting because you see how much more we would be paying for fuel today if we hadn't done that journey. And then in 2016, through our annual reporting through the CDP is when we learned about the Science-Based Target Initiative for the first time. And the Science-Based Target Initiative really brings together the smartest minds around climate change in the world, saying, it's not enough to keep growing our businesses and be more efficient. We actually need to align with climate change to overall reduce our emissions so that we keep global warming to at least, not more than 2 degrees. At the time, that was the goal. And so we worked with CDP and the Science-Based Target Initiative to see what that curve would look like for our business. What would it mean? How steep would it be? And we actually submitted that first year, and we were amongst the first 100 companies in the world to get an approved science-based target. That means we submitted into this model. They agreed. We're following this scientific path of reducing our emissions. And at that time, the target was 29% emissions reduction by 2030 based on 2015 levels. So pretty aggressive on top of an already kind of aggressive and solid track record of fuel efficiency. But in the last few years, what we've learned through more scientific research is that, and as a result, again, of the COP sessions that just ended, right, in the last 2 weeks, we need to keep global warming well below 2 degrees, or actually more aligned with a 1.5 degree world if we want to avoid, catastrophic damages that come with climate change. So because of this new science, we worked again with the Science-Based Target Initiative earlier this year to resubmit for a new target. They ask that you resubmit or relook at the target every 5 years. I mean, these are long-term targets, right? They're quite unusual in our business. Certainly for CN, setting a target to 2030 on climate, that was the first long-term target out that far that we had set as a company. Typically, when we think about our targets, we're thinking about our business planning horizon, which is 3 to 5 years. We don't typically plan all the way out to 2030. So we had to work with the science-based target. And again, because our target was 5 years old, it was time to reassess to see if it was still, valid. And what we found is that it wasn't aligned with the latest science, which is that we're in a well below 2 degree world now. And then we had also acquired TransX, which is a trucking company, and that impacted our scope 1 emissions in a material way. So original target, 2 degrees, 29% by 2030 based on 2015. This new target at a well below 2 degree is 43% intensity improvement based on 2019. So you can really see how more aggressive these curves are in terms of decarbonizing our business. And that's happening for all companies that are submitting and getting their science-based targets approved, which there are many, many more every day. And particularly in the context of the COP meetings in the last few weeks, there's been an explosion of companies applying and getting approved for their science-based targets. And I like to say, the initial targets take us to 2030, but the curves that we're following, they keep going down beyond 2030. And what we're talking about today is really net zero carbon emissions by 2050. So that's the ultimate pathway of where we want to go. So those are the big challenges ahead of us as transportation providers and as a railroad, despite the fact that we're a very low carbon transportation mode, right? Shipping freight by rail, is about 75% less emissions than shipping by heavy truck. So it's a great way to move heavy freight over long distances. But in today's environment with climate change, that's not good enough. We really have to much further decarbonize our businesses. And so setting the target and getting it approved is step one. And then comes the hard work of, okay, now how are we going to get there?
A good question as you were just talking there when you mentioned the trucking side of CN, because CN is also one of the largest trucking fleets in Canada, I believe. So how would that impact your target in terms of, because you got the rail side that is doing is very low and much lower in the carbon. But you have to average. I guess this might sound silly, but you have to average the two together. Like, do you have to do this as a company itself, or can you separate the two businesses?
Yep, we roll them all up. It's a great question, because when we went back to the science-based target people earlier this year, with the acquisition of TransX, that trucking fleet got bigger. And that coupled with the vessel fleet, when we were trying to use the model that was built for rail, it didn't fit well for our business anymore, because we're not a pure rail company.
Yeah.
And so the advice we got from the SBTI people was submit 3 targets, submit 1 for your rail component, submit 1 for your trucking fleet, and submit 1 for your vessel fleet. And then roll them up into 1 target, which is easier for everybody to understand. But it's a great question, Bob, because at the end of the day, internally, we actually have these 3 separate targets. And I can tell you they're all trending in the same way. They're all at 43, 44%. They average up to be 43% intensity improvement by 2030. But we do have then the specific targets. The vessels and the trucks, 85% again of the scope 1 emissions is the rail emissions. So when we think about decarbonization, we definitely think about our railroad operations first. I mean, it's more than the 80-20 rule. It's 85%, 15%, right? But, in order to meet our targets, we're going to have to focus on everything. I like to say no stone shall be left unturned, and everything that's consuming a fossil fuel in its engine today eventually is going to need to transition to cleaner fuels, and then likely alternative propulsion in the future, like electrification or hydrogen technology, for example.
Oh, okay. One other thing, like last week, I believe on Thursday at COP26, they talked about transportation. Did anything come out of that says you have to do anything different or anything new?
There's a lot happening in the transportation space, because transportation overall in the world is responsible for 20-30% of emissions, depending on where you are, what country. But we are burning fossil fuel as a transportation sector, which means we represent a significant amount of fossil fuels on the planet. So anytime there are meetings at COP or government regulations, transportation's always on the table, because we know that we need to decarbonize all transportation modes. There's a lot of discussion around aviation, because it is quite carbon intensive to fly around the world, either as people or for cargo. And in the aviation sector, and if I think, of the government of Canada and a lot of the strategies will be in the next coming years around cleaner fuels. So there's a lot of discussion around biojet, for example. When it comes to trucking fleets, there's a lot of discussion around alternative propulsion. Could be electrification, could be hydrogen. So, when I think of CN, a lot of people will compare us to trucks, right? Because we offer the freight services that are quite similar. But when it comes to our decarbonization journey, we're a little bit more similar to the airlines, where we have these very capital intensive assets. When we buy a locomotive, we want to operate it and we keep it for 30, 40 years. We use our locomotives for a long, long time, right? And that's quite sustainable. You want to use your products and your assets to the end of the life. That's a very sustainable approach to how we buy and consume things, and even how companies think about their assets. So a big part of the solution for us will be similar to what it is for aviation sector in the coming years, which is the greater use of renewable fuels. And when we think about the COP meetings, there's been a lot of discussion about fossil fuel. How do we transition away from coal? How do we transition away from oil and gas? And alternative renewable fuels are part of how we can do that with capital intensive industries like aviation or rail. So these cleaner fuels are a big lever that we're going to pull to get to 2030.
Okay, thank you. How is CN supporting the transition to a lower carbon economy?
So, I've talked a little bit about these benefits, right? Shipping by rail can help our customers reduce their carbon emissions by 75% if they're using heavy truck. And listen, there's a lot of space for truckers and railroaders. We offer trucking services. So this is not necessarily about, okay, everything that moves by truck has to go by rail, but really anything that's transported over long distances, heavy freight by truck, if you move that freight over to rail, you're going to help reduce carbon emissions. So, and then it's the same thing with vessels. Vessels are also very low carbon. So if you can move heavy freight over water, then that's also a low carbon emission mode of transportation. So in terms of our positioning, it's about looking at the whole transportation supply chain and each component, and if making the whole supply chain as efficient as possible. So using the best mode, the lowest carbon mode, as much as possible throughout that supply chain. So that's one thing that we can bring to our customers, because we do offer a variety of services. We can do rail, we can do truck, we can do rail and truck, we can do rail, truck, and vessel. So we offer that, and it's a possible solution for our customers. And then on top of that, I'd say, because we've been the pioneer in our sector of precision scheduled railroading, it's in our DNA to run a very efficient railroad. And to this day, CN is 15% more fuel efficient than the industry average. So all of our peers put together. So we still lead that. So in terms of the offering to our customers, we can help them think about their whole transportation supply chain. Certainly if they choose us, they're choosing the lowest carbon rail service provider. And then, looping back then to the discussion about science-based targets and net zero targets. Net zero targets mean that we have to look at our direct emissions as companies, our indirect emissions. At CN, direct is what we put in our engines. We combust fuel, direct emissions. Scope 2, indirect, is really utility emissions. We consume electricity. They're emitting, but that's counted into ours. And then scope 3 is our supply chain. Everything we buy when it's made, a lot of things are generating carbon. That's where our customers are. We are their scope 3 emissions. So everything that we do to reduce our carbon actually helps them reduce their scope 3. So that's where we come in again with a low carbon solution to help them on their path to decarbonize their business and on their journey to net zero 50.
Now that's an interesting point too, that if I'm your customer, that I'm trying to decarbonize by using your services, that's helping me with my work too. So kind of works good.
Absolutely.
Maybe Chantal, you could tell us, why is CN testing alternative fuel blends?
Right. So I touched upon it a little bit in my kind of analogy to the aviation sector. I mean, we have, a couple thousand locomotives in our fleet. The locomotives that we procure are, quite capital intensive. And again, when we buy them, we want to run them to end of life cycle, which is for the next 30 or 40 years. But if I'm on this journey, which a lot of us are on, to decarbonize, right? And we're taking it seriously, we need to reduce our carbon footprint. Then you think about, okay, well, how are we going to get there if we have these assets that are burning diesel fuel? That's the challenge. How do I get to this 43% kind of reduction and beyond with this fleet? Because I think the challenge we all have in this issue of climate change, and you know, as a human being on the planet, it worries me, like we need to do this. But then I'm also a business person, which is we need to do this in a fiscally responsible way. Like, how are we going to do this? And it's going to be very expensive. So what's the most appropriate fiscally responsible way to approach this? And part of that for us is to be able to use these assets on the longer term. So to get to that 43%, we have 4 kind of levers. 3 of them are to continue to pull efficiency levers, which we're good at, right? It's that 43% improvement since 1993. We still feel, I call it squeezing the juice out of the lemon, like we can still squeeze more efficiency out of our fleet. And as a matter of fact, last year, we had our best locomotive fuel efficiency year ever, 4% fuel efficiency intensity improvement over the previous year. So we felt we could do more, and we did very well last year. And guess what? This year we're extracting more. So that's coming from better locomotives. The locomotives we buy today are more fuel efficient than the ones we bought 20 years ago. Then there's technologies that we can put on board these locomotives, like anti-idling technology. For example, if you're not idling, you're not burning fuel. Then there's also data telemetry systems. We're collecting data as we're running our trains on how we're performing and how we're burning fuel. And that's informing big data analytics. So we're taking that information, we're crunching the data, and that's helping us better understand and isolate where we can actually extract more efficiency. It's kind of like how you drive your car. I think about that all the time in terms of how we run the train, like how you run, how you drive the train, how you pull the freight has a significant impact on how much fuel. And so there's all these different ways that we can be more fuel efficient that we're applying as we learn through the data. But that's not going to be enough to get us to the 43%. That last lever that we have is really the greater use of cleaner fuels. So in Canada and in the US too, in jurisdictions, there's the renewable fuel standard. So today when we buy diesel, it's blended 2% renewables. So right there's that 2% that's not emitting, that helps me kind of reduce my carbon footprint. And the government of Canada has announced next year that they're going to be implementing a clean fuel standard. Now, that clean fuel standard, it doesn't apply to railroads or to trucking companies. It applies to the producers of fuel. They're the ones that are going to have to take the diesel or the gasoline that they're making and blend with these renewables. And as the years go on, moving forward with the clean fuel standard, they're going to have to blend more and more. By 2030, it'll be about 13% clean fuel blended in diesel fuel. So just there alone, without doing anything, just benefiting from this regulation that's going to be implemented, right? That's going to be kicking in. We're going to be buying fuel that's going to help us reduce our carbon footprint. The thing is, we need more than 13% blends to get to the 2030 target. So we just announced a pilot, a few weeks ago, where we're going to be taking some of our locomotives and testing much higher blends of this fuel to understand a whole bunch of things. One of the things that's interesting for us when we compare to all of our peers in North America is weather in Canada. So it's so cold. It is so cold in the winter. We want to understand how these fuels, for example, are going to behave in the extreme cold temperatures that we operate in at very high levels. As the backbone of the economy, we move the freight that people need every day. Reliability is critical for us. So we want to do the testing to make sure that we understand what the impacts might be of using the greater use of these blended fuels in the engines, because the locomotives that we bought, the specs are for diesel, right? So they're meant to use diesel. So as the blends get higher and higher, we want to understand what could be the potential mechanical impacts. And then we need to understand what the fuel efficiency impacts would be, because you need a bit more of these fuels than diesel to get the same output of energy. So we want to understand that better. And then the extraction then of how does it help us, further reduce our carbon footprint and calculate those things. So these are all of the reasons why we're testing. And again, it comes back to the fact that we want to be able to use these locomotive assets for the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh.
And if we want to decarbonize, then it's going to be that efficiency lever that we're going to pull. And then it's also going to be these cleaner fuels inside those locomotives that are really going to help us to get to that 43% by 2030 target.
I find this really interesting because, you know, your engines primarily are diesel, but I was reading something and I wanted to ask you then, given all that, why will CN now pilot a battery electric locomotive?
Right. So back to the curves of these science-based targets, right? So I like to say, like, you know, the first step for us was to look to 2030, which is far out in our kind of business. Again, setting that target to 2030 was our first long-term target to 2030 publicly set as a company. But that journey continues beyond 2030. And I think, you know, we all know now we're headed towards a net zero, no carbon emissions by 2050. So we can do a lot to bend that curve with these efficiency and technology and cleaner fuels. But to get to that net zero, we're going to need alternative propulsion for rail. And you know, quite frankly, for us, we remain very open. I mean, if I had a crystal ball and I knew what the locomotive of the future was going to be, I would be investing today. I truly don't. We have a lot of interesting conversations with manufacturers and smart people on the side of electrification, battery electric technology, catenary electric technology, and or hydrogen technology. And all of these are advancing today around the world and including in North America. And I think, you know, for us, we want to be a part of that. We want to be part of forging the way in terms of what will be the technology of the future for the rail sector. And, you know, we want to be a part of that. So that was part of the second kind of, you know, exciting announcement that just came out about a week ago on, you know, partnering with Wabtec and piloting a battery electric locomotive in Pennsylvania. So again, we want to learn how they're going to perform in cold weather. We need to learn charging, duty cycles. Like, this is a different technology than what we have today. And so that's part of kind of uncovering, you know, what will the future of rail look like in North America. So very, very exciting times. And again, this technology is going to help us achieve that deep decarbonization that we need to get to, you know, zero carbon emissions by 2050, which is.
Yeah, I find that whole part of this piloting, you know, battery electric really interesting, because when you think of our country and the fact of the Rocky Mountains in the winter, and I think battery, like, ooh, you know, I wonder how this is going to work. So that'll be fascinating to see how, you know, this test comes out, and whether this is, you know, viable for you. So
absolutely.
That's all the questions I have, but, you know, in our little interview, but we got a lot of questions in the chat box. If you don't mind, I'll go in here and
absolutely
Q&A and the chat box. So I'll do the chat box first. And because there's some very good questions in here, Chantel. So
good.
Some of these people you even know.
Good, even better.
Yeah. Okay. Can you talk about the new electric locomotive CN is working on? When the train goes down the hill, will the energy be stored to help it go up the next hill? Oh, this is a neat one. This could be a big breakthrough over what is done today with dynamic braking energy being invented as thermal energy.
Really interesting. I think, you know, part of what's been the most fun for me in the last few years is to uncover all of the innovation that's happening, and even in our sector around this. So definitely there are people looking at the opportunity to recapture the energy and to be able to benefit from rocky terrain where you're actually going either uphill or downhill, and then being able to capture that energy to recharge your batteries, a little bit like electric vehicles do. So when we think about electrification and batteries and transportation, you know, I think about it in waves and happening in waves with the first wave being electric vehicles. And I'm lucky enough, I drive an electric, vehicle. And then, Ford just announced their electric F-150 truck, which is in our business, we use a lot of those. Our people use a lot of F-150 trucks. So a bigger vehicle, more battery power coming out. CN announced a partnership with Lion Electric based out of Montreal. Very fascinating new kind of dynamic company that's going to help build transport trucks for us. So heavier, much heavier than an F-150. And then all of this piloting and technology and innovation that's happening around locomotives, including battery electric. Now, again, do I know what it's going to be in the future? Are we going to be able to power and have enough energy for battery electric locomotives that are mainline? Would that be more of a yard application? Would it be a combination of catenary? Is it not going to be that and be hydrogen? I don't know. I can tell you that there's interesting studies and work being done in all of these areas around the world in the rail sector. So we'll be participating, and we're also observing. And I think because rail is so capital intensive, and I can say this because I was at another conference recently with my colleagues in the rail sector, there's not a lot of appetite to duplicate. So we're coming to the realization that, like everybody else in climate change, this is a collaborative approach. Like we need to work at the industry level. We're working with the OEMs or the manufacturers of locomotives. We're working with fuel producers in terms of the fuel that we're going to need. We're going to government because subsidies are going to be important, and or the regulations that they're implementing are impacting us. So I like to say, climate change and these big challenges or these big sustainability challenges that we're facing, it's a team sport. It's all hands on deck, and we have to figure it out. So, but definitely in terms of regenerative power and being able to capture that and use it back in locomotives to recharge, that's certainly being looked at. Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, here's a really interesting question for you. How are you going to measure your supply chain footprint end to end?
Yes, so we do. I mean, for those, who are there, who like me might be doing carbon reporting, it's been a bit of a journey. And, when you're looking at everything that you're buying as a company, and at CN, we buy a lot of stuff. We're a big company, and you're trying to calculate the emissions from all of that. It's complicated. When I think about the big categories of what we buy, it won't be surprising to you. Fuel is a big category. It's the number one category of what we buy. We buy rail. When steel is made, there's a lot of emissions that are emitted. So there's production, emissions that come out of the production of steel. So we buy steel rail. We buy rail ties. We buy locomotives. We buy ballast. We buy rail cars. All of those things emit. So when I think about decarbonizing our transportation supply chain or our, the scope 3 emissions, my mind immediately goes to those bigger categories of stuff that we buy. And we're already engaging with those suppliers to say, what are you doing to reduce your carbon footprint? Just like we're going to our customer base and we're saying, hey, here's what we're doing to reduce our carbon. And here's how that's going to help you because you're buying services from me. We're also engaging with our suppliers to say, hey, what are you doing to reduce your carbon footprint? Because we're going to need to get to zero. And to get to zero, you're going to be a part of that solution. It's 2050 net zero. So we have a lot of runway ahead of us, but we need to be engaging now so that we understand. So I'm a big proponent of what you don't measure doesn't get managed. So step one for companies is to really understand their full carbon footprint, to measure it. We report it out publicly. So all of this information is public. And then you put strategies in place to reduce it year over year. And again, the end goal, for the most ambitious companies that have come out like CN right now is net zero by 2050 so that we can, leave a healthy, livable, high quality environment for the next generation to come. I always like to say it's not about saving the planet. The planet's going to be there. It's about saving ourselves or the quality of life, right? The quality of life that future generations will have on this beautiful planet that we live on. So that's the end game.
Thank you. That's well answered. I hope you got a lot of staff or a lot of it must be a tremendously large computer software program to be capturing this footprint, you know?
You'd be surprised what you can do with fancy spreadsheets. And I always like to say we're a small team, but mighty. So we get a lot done. And I think that people who work in sustainability or climate change issues, I think are very passionate. So I'm very lucky to be surrounded by a team of people who are deeply passionate. We do have systems and we have support. This is, like I said, a team sport. It's not just me and my team that's doing this in the company, right? If we're going to decarbonize, it means how do we run our railroad? It implicates all of our operations people, for example. But yeah, the spreadsheets are humongous and it's a lot of data that we're pulling in. And you got to love that stuff. But we have people who do that really well.
Good. Next question here is from Paul Miller, who happens to be our chair of the board at CILTNA. Hi, Chantal. Very interesting as always. Currently, there seems to be quite a bit of proprietary research going on. Example, CP hydrogen, CN biodiesel, CN flex drive. Is there any prospect for shared industry-wide research? Example, you do this, we'll do that, perhaps coordinated by the AAR or the RAC.
Great question. And yeah, I'd say already. So a couple of things. We have a long-standing memorandum of understanding with the Government of Canada through RAC around reducing our air emissions as a railroad. So beyond greenhouse gases, when you burn fossil fuel, there's air particulates and that can cause smog or breathing issues when we have them. Those are caused by air particulates. So we've had this long-standing kind of memorandum of understanding with the Government of Canada as an industry to self-regulate, to reduce our air emissions. And then in the later years, that also included greenhouse gas emissions. In the last round of negotiating that MOU, and it's in a 5-year cycle. We came to the table as an industry, collaborating with passenger rail and short line CN and CP, to ask the government to collaborate with us on the pathway to decarbonize the rail sector in Canada. So in this new memorandum of understanding, we're all working towards that. So that means CN, CP, short lines, Metrolinx, VIA, all of the rail operators are collaborating with the government on what does the pathway look like for our country? What are the technologies? What do we need to do? So that's the forum kind of at RAC and that MOU. And again, an important role to play with transport and the Government of Canada, which is, how we plug in terms of RAC. And then at the AAR, I'd say in the last year, it's become much more active. There's been interesting, elections in the US where we have the Biden administration that's more forward thinking in terms of climate change than the previous occupants there. And so there's been a lot more discussion than at the AAR. And there's a variety of committees that exist both at RAC and at AAR where these issues are discussed. Sustainability, environment, and mechanical committees really come to mind in terms of where the information is shared. And again, a lot of this is new. So CP announced their project this year. We just announced 2 projects. BNSF has been at it for a while in the US and California. They've been testing battery electric technologies. And again, a couple of weeks ago, there was a railway conference where I was with my colleagues, all of them in North America, all the class 1s, where again, it was, discussed that we want to be sharing more, we want to be collaborating more. And at the end of the day, right now, there are 2 locomotive manufacturers in North America. So we're all procuring our diesel locomotives from the same 2 manufacturers. So all of that exchange and learning is going to be collective there as well. So that's how I'd answer that. But there's definitely more room for more exchange and more collaboration to come. And it's certainly how we think about these lofty, ambitious targets that we're all working towards. We're not going to get there alone. We need to collaborate in the sector, with the manufacturers, with clean tech, with government, with fuel producers, with new renewable fuel producers. I mean, you name it, right? This is going to be a team sport in order for us to be able to reach these very ambitious goals.
Thank you. Another question, a fascinating presentation. I'm wondering why the new locomotives have specs only for diesel and not also for some level of blended fuels?
Yeah, they do actually. So we can take higher blends of these fuels in. So the OEMs have provided letters that would support up to an amount. What we're doing in this testing is going way beyond that to see what the impact would be, because what we have to remember is that originally these locomotives were made, the spec was to burn diesel fuel because we were in that world. And now we're all understanding that we're moving away from that. So right now we're using in some jurisdictions, like in BC, for example, their clean fuel standard calls for 4% blends. And in Manitoba, it's 3.5. In Canada, overall, it's about 2. So we're already using 3, 4, 5% blended fuels in these locomotives, and it's fine. The testing we want to do is way beyond that, very, very high blends. And we want to understand how the fuel behaves mechanically in the engine of the locomotive. And again, we're very concerned with reliability. We need to move the freight to be the backbone of the economy, but also we want to understand how the fuel is going to behave. So if it's in a tank in a locomotive and it's really cold, is it, some fuels in the past, for example, have had clouding points, and it's different from a diesel fuel. So those are the reasons why we want to do this testing, so that we understand how the engine behaves, and also then how the fuel behaves and how these work together.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to now go into, before our time's up, I'm going to go into the Q&A side because there's some questions in here. How can we use digitization in the service of decarbonization of the supply chain and transportation?
Wow, that's a big question. I guess we, as a company are using digitization, or, what I would consider then linking into big data and information systems through these telemetry systems that we're using on board our locomotives. So, for example, we'll pick up data through trip optimizers or data telemetry systems, and then that data is fed into an in-house built HPTA tool. And that HPTA, what it's doing, it's matching the horsepower needed to pull the freight with the tonnage. So you might have noticed when you see a long train that there might be a locomotive unit at the front end of the train, and that at one point in the middle or towards the back end of the train, there's another locomotive. Those are really what we consider the power units. That's the power that's pulling all of the freight, and that's where the fuel resides. So what HPTA tells us is sometimes, depending on the terrain, or if we're headed, if it's the backhaul and we have more empty containers, we may not need that to operate and have that second unit always burning fuel. We can shut it down sometimes. So that's an area where we're taking all of this data through the data telemetry systems, and then using HPTA to shut down that second locomotive when we don't need it. And that's been a big part of our fuel efficiency success in the last few years, has been this horsepower to ton matching. So there's definitely a role for big data and digitization. It's feeding us more information, again, I call it squeezing more juice out of the lemon, but it's just squeezing more efficiency out of an already extremely efficient system. But the data is giving us even more. And then I think, again, when I think of transportation, I think of the whole supply chain. And the other thing that we do is we can showcase how many emissions come from the pulling of the freight by rail, compare that to truck, and do the analysis so that we can benefit from the lower carbon transportation mode as much as possible. So connecting all of these pieces together and using data and intelligence is another way that we can reduce the overall transportation supply chain emissions.
Thank you. CN Intermodal is in the short haul sector, which can operationally convert to electric tractors. But the capital investment per unit is higher than the older conventional trucks that are employed in the market today. Does CN see a path to electrification of drayage trucks requiring government incentives, or perhaps by selling carbon credits?
Yeah, I mean, very interesting, right? It comes back down to my comments about how do we transition in a fiscally responsible way, and we've announced that commitment with Lion Electric to procure 50 electric trucks from them. So there's a couple of things there. Definitely, we're looking at deploying those trucks in jurisdictions where there's subsidies available. So we're also applying for subsidies to the government. Those trucks, require charging stations and different kinds of infrastructure that we need to put in place, which is going to be part of the capital that we need to deploy. So it is more capital than what we have today. And as you think about the transition for the transportation sector, like I think of all the gas stations that exist today and now you're starting to see all of the charging stations that are, being deployed. So there's capital needed as you kind of transition. And so the opportunity to either get a subsidy or to then, benefit from carbon credit systems, depending on the jurisdiction, like in California, to offset some of the costs, then that is a benefit as well. In the longer term, I mean, if you just compare the price of electricity to the cost of diesel, then it's a lot more expensive to buy diesel fuel than it is to electrify a vehicle. So there is a business case for this as well in terms of the cost of, it's not going to be fuel anymore. We're just going to be talking about powering a train or powering a truck. But these are, it's complicated, particularly as we transition from one technology to another. And that's where governments can really play a role and either subsidize and or through cap and trade systems, offer credit systems that offset some of those costs.
Thank you. Well, we got time for one last question, Chantal. Its energy intensity per ton mile does not account for volume growth, which will drive total emissions up.
Yeah.
Does CN expect to have total CO2 emissions mandate assigned by a government or an industry entity? And if so, when?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to link back to these science-based targets. And this is part of the reason why we work with the Science-Based Target Initiative. And before getting there, it's a great observation. I internally, when I was looking at our carbon in the first, few years where I was measuring it, internally, I would always say our growth is outpacing our efficiency. So we were growing 3-4% per year, but our carbon reduction was 1.5 or 2%. So that means absolute emissions were growing year over year. Mm-hmm. So when we're working with an organization like the Science-Based Target, it takes that into consideration. So the curve is the total curve. It's an absolute curve to zero emissions by 2050. That is the goal. That's why these science-based targets, I like to say, they're not for the faint of heart. It's an intensity curve, and over time becomes an absolute emission reduction. That's the name of the game, to keep global warming well below 2 degrees or in a 1.5 degree world. That's the science. If all companies just kept growing and reducing their intensity, we would still have more carbon on the planet. And we know now today, based on the science, that is disastrous. And you don't even need, like this summer, Canada was on fire, right? Australia's been on fire. Like we see the impacts of climate change, even in our country that had been less touched, let's say, than California, our neighbors on the West Coast. Now we're seeing those fire impacts in Canada. So we all have to be in this game, this climate game, and these targets are really absolute decline. So we have to, I like to say, decouple our growth from carbon emissions. So we have to figure out a way to grow our business. Hey, I'm a business person. We want to grow. We want to grow. So we want the revenues and the tonnage to increase. At the same time, we want our carbon to decrease, and that's the name of the game in this transition.
Well, thank you, Chantal. What a pleasure to have you today. And thank you for really bringing us up to date on decarbonization, what CN is doing, because you have a tremendous role to play in helping CN, not only CN, but Canada get to its targets. So I congratulate you, and I know you have a big job, but thank you for your enthusiasm and for being here with us. And on behalf of all our attendees today and the board of directors of CILTNA, we're just very pleased to have you, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Enjoy the rest of the conference, everybody. Bye-bye. Stay
Thank you,
safe.
Chantal. Have a great
All
day.
right. You too. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, next our next speaker. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Greg Holt. Greg is the Senior Price Specialist with S&P Global Platts. He is an Associate Editor with the Americas Container Shipping Team at S&P Global Platts. He's based in Houston. He has prior experience as an editor and commodities analyst covering tanker and day dry bulk shipping, coal, metals, and petrochemical markets. Greg has a BA from the University of Arizona and a master's in international political economy from Nanyang Technological University, in Singapore. So it's a real honor to have you here. Greg, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Bob, for the introduction. So happy to be with you for the Fall Outlook Conference. And I'll share my slides here. And yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and get started on this. I've named my paper here, "The Biggest Traffic Jam in History, the Container Shipping Crisis in 2021 and Beyond." I want to talk about a wrap up of the current market dynamics and container markets, drill down a bit into the congestion we've seen at Southern California ports, and finally do an outlook for the rest of 2021 and what we might see going into 2022. First off, just a quick introduction of, oops. Sorry, let me get the right one here. Quick introduction of Platts and who we are. We're the leading independent provider of information and benchmark prices for commodity and energy markets. We have customers at more than 12,000 companies in over 190 countries. Look to our experience in news, pricing, analytics to deliver greater transparency and efficiency to markets. These can be, these range from commodities like oil and gas, power, bulk commodities, and agriculture and metals, and of course the shipping team, which is where I'm sitting. Our coverage of container markets began in July 2017. Chiefly covering the sort of the biggest trade routes, the most active ones, chiefly Trans-Pacific from North Asia to North America, Asia to Europe, also the transatlantic routes from North Asia or North Europe to the East Coast of North America. And we're recently expanding into routes from, for example, from Southeast Asia, into North America, also down into South America from Asia. And most recently, we launched an assessment for the very volatile routes between West Coast India and the Middle East that was just launched this month. So for the current state of play in container markets, first wanted to look back a little bit just in the scope of the volatility that we've seen over really the past year and a half or 2 years. Beginning with the sort of the first inkling of the volatility we might expect came around the IMO 2020, where shipping lines were beginning to price in the regulations on using lower sulfur fuels. At the same time, little did we know, kind of around the corner, there would be a much greater disruption around the COVID-19 outbreak and pandemic. And sort of know the story from that. Trade was severely disrupted, but then as lockdowns and social distancing were enforced, we saw a big comeback really in the retail trade boom, and huge demand from imports, beginning with people building out home offices as they work from home, redesigning their houses sort of for a longer stay where they would be just kind of relying on their initial surroundings and taking certainly a lot of consumer spending away from the services sector. Following that, we saw a lot of effects from various outbreaks, certainly an impact on labor at the ports of Long Beach, ports of Los Angeles, and a much bigger increase particularly around some outbreaks at Chinese ports that disrupted exports from there. So certainly a bit of a gap, even as the rates climbed to all-time high levels for really all the major trade lanes. There was still a gap between Asia to Europe shipments and trans-Pacific rates to North America, which we'll talk about a little bit as they relate to premiums that were assessed. Trans-Pacific container rates more or less track the impact of US import volumes. What we're seeing is, as you can see on the chart to the left, the kind of big up and down in the imports around March 2020 as the pandemic really took hold on global trade, but certainly surging from there into levels that really sort of mapped around the sort of 1.5 million TEUs per month level, just an unprecedented and sustained import boom into the US that pulled out a lot of capacity for shipping away from other routes and generally just maximized the demand for space on ships and as well as the equipment needed to carry cargoes. And as you can see, just I believe the cumulative effect of this import overload in the US had the main driver for slowly but surely bringing the container rates higher and higher. And looking at some data from the Federal Reserve, we can also see that US inventory to sales ratios were mapping fairly steady going back 10 years. Before there was a very sharp and pronounced disruption just around the global pandemic. And we can take away from that just how big of an impact that this really was to the global economy in a way that couldn't really be anticipated. A huge increase in inventory levels that has since fallen off and has never really quite recovered ever since, and we'll look at a bit what we expect from that going forward. But we know there's still a long way to go in restocking warehouses and shelves, and certainly to replenish those inventories to support what we see could be a quite long sustained strength in retail sales. One of the main drivers as well that probably have the most immediate effect on rates themselves for container prices is actually the shortage of equipment, containers themselves in China and major export hubs. As you can see in the table to the left, there was at various times just incredibly widespread shortages of all kinds of equipment, whether it be 20-foot boxes, 40-foot boxes, the 40-foot high cube, across all the major shipping lines and all the major major ports for containers in China. So as that is really the pricing mechanism for trans-Pacific rates, we can see that as there was less equipment, there was also a shortage of capacity, of course, but the lack of the equipment themselves was the main driver amid huge demand and a competition to really acquire the space in the containers and to get on the ships. At the same time, maximum capacity was deployed by the major carriers. There's very, very low amount of idle capacity anywhere in the global fleet of container ships. And it also had the effect of pulling more of the capacity out of other trade lanes, whether it be in Asia, like shipments from India or Southeast Asia. A lot of that capacity getting pulled into the trans-Pacific trade lanes from China to the US and China to North America, which really caused those other rates on other areas, including to South America as well, to go up quite precipitously. Unfortunately for a lot of shippers, the record high rates for container shipping coincided with record low reliability for actually for shipments to be delivered on time. Currently, last statistics I saw for trans-Pacific delivery times or for ships coming into port was about 10% or even less than 10%. On a global average, it's fluctuating around, as you can see on the left there, around like 30 to 40%. That's really just all ports globally. So being much worse in some areas than others, and averaging globally 7, 8 or more days late on their vessel arrivals. What this means, of course, is that a lot of importers are trying to plan ahead as much as possible, kind of using more of a just-in-case type delivery rather than the longstanding just-in-time deliveries and supply chain model. We've also seen many times, unfortunately, retailers, because of these delays and lack of reliability, they miss sort of the shopping seasons that they're aiming for. For example, it could be for goods for the summertime that arrive in northern areas, like kind of into the fall, and or even towards the winter. Looking at the Christmas season just coming up, probably a lot of cargoes are going to miss that delivery window as well. So it's although I think the retail sales, and what we've heard just some earnings reports today from Walmart and Home Depot at least shows that that at least a lot of the retailers were sort of were doing pretty well in anticipation of this congestion that we're experiencing still. And specifically to the Trans-Pacific trade lanes between North Asia and North America, there's big gaps that were between what was traditionally the FAK spot rate that you would pay as a normal freight for a cargo, and the premium rates, which were previously really a first-class service that would guarantee on-time delivery and just special services that really became a sort of de facto part of the spot market over time that we saw, especially this year. And those premium rates could vary widely with the FAK rate, as much as sometimes $10,000 more than the FAK rate, maybe bringing what was FAK like $10,000 per FEU to 20,000 or more to the east coast of North America, for example. Even with the premium rates, the booking times were sometimes 3 to 5 weeks out. Those that would sort of require an FAK rate, given the profit margin of the goods involved. Sometimes those loading times were 4 weeks to never, as we were told, constantly getting rolled until maybe is lucky enough that space opens on a ship where there's some possibility of getting loaded. But certainly a lot of businesses can't deal with that kind of uncertainty of their supply chain. And there were even cases, probably it softened a bit in these markets, probably past it, but at some points especially in the peak season, July to September, we certainly saw that some of the shippers were sort of having to bid against each other in an auction kind of environment just to get on the ships, secure space, make sure their deliveries would hit the sort of Christmas shopping season window that they were looking for. And amidst all of this environment, some of the biggest importers in the US and North America had gone as far as to charter their own ships. In the meantime, a lot of carriers were looking for any viable ship that can be used really for the especially the Trans-Pacific trade lane. This had the effect of driving up, of course, the long-term charter rates. We saw, for example, for an 8,500 TEU vessel, kind of like an average size vessel, those charter rates reached as high as $115,000 per day on September 3rd. That's up 350% from the year ago date in 2020, where it was about $25,000 per day. So certainly a huge uplift in those charter rates, as well as at the same time the ship owners that were providing those ships would ask the charterers for much longer contract lengths, like 24 to 36 months became more normal. So nevertheless, we see very, very little unused tonnage or capacity in the global container fleet. Looking ahead, Want to talk a bit about the order book and some trends that we've seen. The profits for and the earnings for the big shipping lines has been also a windfall. It's unprecedented, and of course, those carriers are looking to reinvest a lot of that back into new buildings. The total container ship order book is at a 16-year high with 6 million TEUs of capacity already on ordered. We can see for at least one trend is that these are moving towards the biggest size of container ships, 14,000 plus TEUs, making up a bulk of that those orders. However, we also see a lot of growth in sort of the mid-sized 5,000 to 8,000 TEU type ships that were a little more nimble and more ports available for those. And however, a lot of the surge in orders, you can see, really began from the fourth quarter of 2020. So we can extrapolate from that. Really, the deliveries will begin late 2022, really into 2023 and beyond, or a lot of those ships will actually be deployed. So as we can expect, there will be comparatively little supply growth up until then. And at the same time, a lot of ships that were due for scrapping, those were delayed. Obviously, the tonnage and capacity is so valuable right now that those retirements were put off for a while. However, as things eventually normalize, we would expect a lot of those scrappings to sort of counterbalance a little bit the order books that we've seen. However, the overall supply seems to be tipping towards an increase, at least in a couple years out. It's also worth noting, perhaps, that maybe one silver lining for everybody out of all of this is it kind of moved the industry forward into looking at future fuels. I mean, the order book probably would have been even greater had there been more consensus on really what's the sort of next fuel that will be pervasive after sort of marine fuel begins to be phased out. There's a lot of the ships have the LNG capability. There's Maersk had ordered many ships that will have a methanol fuel capability. Others are looking at nuclear, ammonia, some other alternative fuels to reduce in the longer term carbon emissions as we move toward the more stringent regulations that will take effect in the IMO 2030. A bit of a drill down into specifically the port congestion at Los Angeles, Long Beach. These ports are on track to handle their record volumes for 2021, possibly. For Port of LA, just in a briefing today, they say they're on track for 10.8 million TEUs for the year. That'll be a record for any port in North America for sure. And combined possibly above 20 million TEUs for the dual ports there that sit next to each other in San Pedro Bay. And in most months this year, of course, 2021 outpacing 2020, that was hit obviously like in the earlier on by the pandemic, but also well outpacing 2019, which is kind of more of an apples to apples comparison without a major down market. But it's also worth noting that going into September and into October, we've seen both ports releasing data of slight declines on their overall imports as well as total tonnage handled, and that will have a lot to do with congestion, as we'll discuss in a moment. But we also see it getting a little bit choppy from week to week, as you'll see on the right here. Quite a big uptick in volumes expected this week, but then another drop off for next week, down by almost 40% there. So it's really kind of has to do with many factors with availability and sort of capacity at those ports. And I also want to point out that probably the biggest crunch and bottleneck in the Southern California supply chain system is really the inland transport. And as we can see in this table, that's as essentially as dwell times begin to increase, the terminals start to fill up with more and more cargoes as well as empty containers. We start to see the volumes drop off, and as a direct correlation, just the congestion sort of building upon itself and costing the ports like some levels of efficiency, which is to be expected. And it's not just the ports that are severely congested. Really, every node in the supply chain has reached its capacity. The warehouses and distribution centers around Southern California and the Inland Empire are really so packed with goods that the trucks themselves are waiting to unload. And as they are stuck waiting, their turnaround times going back to the port with the trucks and the chassis and the equipment needed there is delayed, further delaying their ability to bring out more cargoes out of the marine terminals. So it's really a compounding situation. And ultimately, the terminals themselves are running out of room, as we're especially seeing now with the growing queue of ships off the coast. So really, the queue of ships that we're seeing topping 80 plus this week is really a result of those bottlenecks, where it's very difficult to get the cargoes themselves out of the terminals. And here's a picture of what that looks like. Really, a huge number of ships at anchor just in the San Pedro Bay, but many more ships drifting, as they say, or kind of just drifting around the San Pedro Bay, waiting to either get into the anchor or go into port there. I did a count today. It was also at 87, and that's a new record. Just lifted above 80 ships last week, and it's also important to know that about 2/3 of those ships are sort of the newer entrants into the Trans-Pacific market. Maybe 1/3 are the alliance carriers, the major shipping firms that have, of course, been doing this for years. But there's many new entrants, either from the large retailers that have chartered their own ships for Trans-Pacific voyages, but also many are formerly were doing cabotage services in China or intra-Asia feeder services, for example, between Southeast Asia and China, that have also come into the market for Trans-Pacific voyages and deliveries, obviously because the profit margin is hugely encouraging and a massive incentive to do those. At the same time, they don't have the same sort of situation where they would have a terminal schedule or bookings at terminals as they arrive actually to the West Coast. So then we see a situation where it's really on a first come, first served basis. And that is definitely a huge contributor to, as we see this actual ship queue that is quite pronounced on the West Coast, Southern California. Yeah, there's also been many policy tools wielded to attempt to resolve this shipping crisis. For one, the Biden administration in October called for Los Angeles Long Beach ports to operate on a 24/7 basis in order to try and reduce that congestion. And unfortunately, these other bottlenecks, particularly around truck chassis, really made those attempts a bit difficult, because for example, at the warehouses where there's really massive lack of labor, thousands of open positions just in around I think I heard around 8,000 around Southern California warehouses that workers would be needed. So if they can't operate 24/7, it's sort of there needs to be alignment of if the ports are operating one way and other parts of the supply chain are as well. So that's still being worked out. Also, a bit of news this week: the container excess dwell fees. There were a big concern, I think, to almost everybody involved in importing and exporting from Los Angeles Long Beach. Those the ports have decided to delay collecting those fees until at least November 22nd, start of next week. From initially, they had said that the grace period would end yesterday, actually, November 15th. They had been they'd begun counting the dwell days beginning from November 1st. And as you can see on this fee schedule, those were incrementally increasing fees like per day that would sort of exponentially increase. And delay makes a lot of sense. There's still, although the delay was noted as being an acknowledgement that around 29-30% of the aging cargoes that have been there for more than 9 days have already left, really since this program was announced in late October. So so that's a good sign. It would also have been just given that there's around 20,000 container units that had been at the Port of Los Angeles alone, just for at least 13 days already. You can imagine it would be adding up to tens of millions of dollars that shippers would have to pay. So certainly we have to wait and see what's going to happen next with that. The ports and shipping lines are looking for alternate locations as best they can, where they can actually remove those boxes from the terminals, and that's certainly underway. Of course, the truck chassis shortage is again one issue with that. At the same time, the shipping lines have said quite explicitly that these fees would be passed along to shippers. They've already announced surcharges that would essentially make that happen. And the lack of chassis for the shipper that wants to remove their cargo, of course, probably everybody does as quickly as possible, but at the same time, a lack of chassis is not exempt. And a contract that has a clause for no new surcharges is also not exempt on the basis that it's a government mandated surcharge. So some things to note. And as well, there's the Ocean Shipping Reform Act that is working its way through Congress, as they say. Would certainly beef up some of the FMC's investigative powers, and would be able to look close or have more power around determining what the reasonableness is, especially detention and demurrage charges, but also anything to do with export opportunities for U.S. exporters. So definitely something to watch there. And final section, what we can expect from container markets in 2022. Well, it's very possible that container rates might have peaked, and it seems like maybe the highest heights of the premium container rates for Trans-Pacific might have maxed out around the August-September period. At the same time, FAK rates are still kind of hovering around their all-time highs. We've seen definitely some softness on rates to the West Coast, and that's that seems like it'll continue at least for a few weeks. At the same, just with the more capacity and more new entrants into offering services to the West Coast. To the East Coast is more limited, of course. So those rates have been fairly flat at their all-time high level of 10,000 per FEU. Although the market has been in a lull a little bit since the October Golden Week holiday that sort of took a lot of the worst of the sort of like overload of export cargoes from China, like softened that a little bit, slowed it down. We did see some softness stemming from that, and rates have come off a little bit, but at the same time, we expect another round of restocking to really get underway, maybe past sort of as the Christmas holiday surge is complete, and those cargoes have probably shipped already. But looking towards Lunar New Year in China, that begins early this year, February 1st. And following that, China's going to have its Winter Olympic Games in Beijing. We would expect some factory slowdown in China from that. So probably retailers want to do another big surge in restocking before those events take place and really slow down activity out of China. At the same time, there's always a black swan event. So of course, we've seen the Suez incident where the Ever Given was stuck in the Suez Canal. We've seen situations where China has shown a willingness to contain COVID outbreaks at ports by essentially shutting down those facilities as much as required. So, and that's been quite effective in containing some of those outbreaks, but at the same time, it can really unfortunately recur at any time. So that's always a risk. Looking out a little bit further from the sort of immediate first quarter of next year, although I'd also like to note that in the second quarter, we could start to see some effects from the renegotiation of union contracts for the West Coast port workers, which will come up again in July, or potentially settled as soon as July. But as I'm told, in those negotiations are usually quite drawn out. So there could be some shippers that want to avoid that by shipping to the East Coast if it looks like that there could be any disruption from that. So certainly another thing to watch. But kind of looking later into next year and possibly into even 2023, we'd expect to see a lot of volatility in these markets. Essentially, the congestion could have a pot of whales effect or accordion effect, a ripple effect between North Asia and the West and both coasts of North America, where capacity would essentially be trapped at some of these import destinations and then in bunches slowly make its way back to Asia for the next round of exports. But at the same time, this could have a sort of a repeating effect until these bottlenecks and the capacity shortages are really dealt with finally. And also from the chart to the left here, the consolidation in the shipping industry over the last 5 years has created the three major shipping alliances, and they will retain an ability and in pockets of any weak demand to blank sailings as necessary in order to keep container spot rates elevated. So we would expect to see that as demand begins to normalize. And with that, I'd like to take any questions and really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Greg. You know, after watching 60 Minutes on Sunday night's show on LA Long Beach, it was really interesting to hear your presentation because you kind of filled in a lot of the blanks I had and questions I would have asked you, but you've covered them. I did have one, though, that's really bothered me in North America. You hear a lot about, and I don't know if it still exists, you can tell me, the exporters having trouble, especially in the Midwest, getting boxes to get their exports out to the world. And I was just wondering two things. Why, A, does that still exist? And if it does, what can regulators do to support our exporters being denied shipping opportunities?
Yeah, sure. Unfortunately, that situation does seem like it's gotten worse just recently as a result of the wider congestion and the sort of buildup of containers at ports that has made the availability of equipment even more difficult. As far as regulators, it's a bit difficult because as the Shipping Act of 1984 that guides the FMC regulations is really intended to protect exporters from unfair discrimination from a shipping line, whether they would, for whatever reason, like want to play favorites with which cargoes they carry. It hasn't really been the case in this congestion cycle, where the shipping lines have been quite clear in that they, given the export rates, which are currently around $1,000 from the West Coast or $1,100 from the East Coast back to Asia, it doesn't really match up with the huge rates for imports. So they'd rather, and it just makes business sense for them to carry the empty containers back. So it's somewhat limited. I think if there was really something was mandatory for to carry export cargoes at the moment, that might distort the rates, whereas it essentially acts like as a subsidy for those backhaul movements. But in the case of any requirements, it might actually drive up the rates for exports, which might also price some exporters out of the markets.
It's good. One last question.
Sure.
Again, on that 60 Minutes show, they showed this toy distributor. frustrated, talking about the $1 million he had to pay in storage at the rail yard, all these other things. But what struck me is, what can a shipper do to manage their risk from the volatile container race? Like, what should this guy have been doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be volatile going forward. We would expect. Unfortunately, these issues have not been sorted out. The huge disruption from the pandemic really did a major reorganization of the economy that will just simply take time to work out. I think for importers, they want to go into probably next year looking at their contract negotiations, wondering how much they really want to sort of book on a contract basis for their volumes, and how much they want to ride the spot market, which is another opportunity, especially as you would expect rates to possibly slide from their current high levels. So, and shipping lines will want to do that too. To some extent, they'll want to have commitments and want to have a guaranteed volume. And so that's certainly the expectations that they'll have going into that, and they'll have to make choices around that. But I think that